Burp, burp. Burp, burp, burp. Burp, 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 burp. Why is it not working? Okay. It looks like we are golden. It looks like... Yes, shut up. Okay, close you. And let the games begin. I am pretty intrigued by the Stanley Parable because I've heard a lot of things about it and been told to play it loads of times. I've just never gotten around to. But I watched someone play it recently and that reignited my interest. Right, so that's done. We're all good. Transform. Stretch the screen. Okay, we should be good. Let the games begin!
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy.
No, that's just
And
what he
then
tells
one day,
people.
Something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened. This complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped
I'm in
out of his
control.
office.
Can I... Oh, you can't crouch, can you? Oh, you can, okay. Can I pick up? Can I jump? I feel like you're very limited in what you can do. 427. Oh. Ah, I locked it. It's amusing how close to the how close the description is to just
All of
being
his
the job I do.
coworkers were
Oh.
gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Okay.
No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Words. Okay. Jeez, you are very limited in what you can do. Coffee spillage.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Did he?
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
Okay.
Yes, truly a room worth admiring. It had really been worth the detour after all, just to spend a few moments here in this immaculate, beautifully constructed room. Stanley simply stood here, drinking it all in. Yes, really, really worth it being here in the room. A room so utterly captivating that even though all your co-workers have mysteriously vanished,
Calm down, dude.
here you sit looking at these chairs and some paintings. Really worth it.
I was just doing what he said because I thought I did the wrong thing a minute ago. Oh yeah, you can't jump. Ugh.
At this point,
That's gonna get annoying.
But at last, he'd had enough of the amazing room and took the first open door on his left to get back to business.
First open door on his left. Okay. Yeah, I really like jumping in games. That's a random fact. You're welcome. Wait, can I? First open door on his left, or... The door's just going to close behind me.
And so he detoured through the maintenance section, walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
Using slides to assure employees that everything is okay. Make sure your slide has a slick blue graphic in the header. Everyone is unique, you most of all. Number of slides on this slide. Stripes requires more secondary research. Wait, what's that? Rate which charts on the same slide to pick the same information. Please, no more charts, I'm begging you. The boss appreciation minute. You love most about your boss? No. It didn't give me time to read. Lame. Plant life. Talk less, do unbelievably amazing work all the time, every day, with no expectation of promotion or recognition. Final tip, don't get fired. Let it ball up inside you, take it out passive-aggressively on other co-workers, resent co-workers for not supporting you more, let it build up. Oh, and it's gone full circle. Things, but with money, but more things. Graphs about money. We need less reviews. Get rid of the deaf sport portion in the primary review schedule. I think that's a stupid idea. More water coolers, more water cooler heaters. Heaters? Charts need to be more hip to appeal to the teenage demographic. Find teenagers to put the teenage demographic, put in the teenage demographic. Big net, some sort of child trap. Throw something in the idea bin. No more bins. Slash trash cans. Renaming of the ideas bin. Fix me. I feel like there's no point trying to appeal to the teenagers. They don't have money anyway. Monetize free to play. Ugh. No. Wait, what does that say? Synergize core value. Yeah. Okay. Monetize free to play. I hate it.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Unless it's ads. Wait, so in that case there's something. Let's just go upstairs. I'm not sure if this is a horror or not, and that was red, so that's the bathroom. Because the boss knows that what the boss says goes. If the boss has suffered losses, then that's what the boss chose. Okay. Can't close it.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this, what dark secret was being held from him. What he could not have known was that the keypad behind the boss's desk guarded the terrible truth that his boss had been keeping from him. And so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number, 2845. But of course, Stanley couldn't possibly have known this.
2845. Oh shit! I fucked. No, Mom. No. 2845.
Stanley, yet incredibly, by simply pushing random buttons on the keypad, Stanley had to input the correct code by sheer luck. Amazing. He stepped into the newly opened passageway.
Ooh, okay, it is a horror. Okay.
Descending deeper into the building, Stanley realized he felt a bit peculiar. It was a stirring of emotion in his chest, as though he felt more free to think for himself, to question the nature of his job. Why did he feel this now, when for years it had never occurred to him? This question would not go unanswered for long.
Ah, why'd the elevator have to stop just as I took a drink?
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
Escape.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought.
Cerebro.
Did he have the strength to find out?
Okay. Beautiful. Employee observation protocol. Oh, you can't jump. I can't quite make out what that says. Close system gates and consult with supervision. Class 3 event. Close system gates and consult with supervision. Prime your consoles for info dump.
Now the monitors jumped to life, their true
Fired.
nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom...
427, that's me. It's 427, I think. Yep, that's my office. Mom.
This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly?
Mayhaps.
No. He refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never. It was unthinkable. Wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world? But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy, or sad, or content. Walking, eating, working. All of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he would dismantle the controls once and for all.
Console disabled. Idle awaiting input. Okay. It's pretty straightforward. It kind of just... The dude kind of just tells
When
you.
at last he found the source of the room's power, he knew it was his duty, his obligation, to put an end to this horrible place and to everything it stood for. Oh, Stanley.
Oh shit.
You didn't just activate the control. After they kept you enslaved all these years, you
I did.
You tried to take control
No.
of the machine for yourself.
It wasn't-
Is that what you wanted?
No.
Control? Oh, Stanley, I applaud your effort, I really do. But you need to understand, there's only so much that machine can do. You were supposed to let it go, turn the controls off, and leave. If you want to throw my story off track, you're going to have to do much better than that. I'm afraid you don't have nearly the power you think you do. For example, and I believe you'll find this pertinent, Stanley suddenly realized he had just initiated the network's emergency detonation
Oh,
system.
what?
In the event that this machine is activated without proper DNA identification, nuclear detonators are set to explode, eliminating the entire complex. How long until detonation then? Let's say, 2 minutes.
2 minutes.
Ah, now this is making things a little more fun, isn't it?
Oh,
It's your time
you little...
to shine. You
No,
are
oh,
the
you...
star. It's your story now.
Shit.
Shape it to your heart's desires. Oh, this is much better
Mom.
than what I had in mind. What a shame we have so little time left to enjoy it. Mere moments until the bomb goes off.
Is that right?
What precious moments each one of them is.
Oh, that gives
More
it some
time
power.
to
Okay,
talk
I've got to
about
turn
you,
all of these off.
about me. Where we're
Go, go, go,
going,
go.
what all this means.
Off.
I barely know where to
Oh.
start.
Off.
What's that?
Off.
You'd like to know where your co-workers are.
I'm scared, Mom.
A moment of solace before you're obliterated. All right, I'm in a good mood. You're gonna die anyway. I'll tell you exactly what happened to them. I erased them. I turned off the machine. I set you free. Of course, that was merely in this instance of the story. Sometimes when I tell it, I simply let you sit there in your office forever, pushing buttons endlessly and then dying alone. Other times, I let the office sink into the ground, swallowing everyone inside, or I let it burn to a crisp. I have to say this, though, this version of events has been rather amusing. Watching you try to make sense of everything and take back the control wrested away from you, it's quite rich. I almost hate to see it go. But I'm sure whatever I come up with on the next go-around will be even
I don't
better.
understand this puzzle at all.
My goodness, only 34 seconds left. But I'm enjoying this so much. You know what? To hell with it. I'm going to put some extra time on the clock. Why not?
Thank you, because I'm
These
panicking.
are precious additional seconds, Stanley. Time doesn't grow on trees.
I don't understand.
Oh dear me, what's the matter, Stanley? Is it that you have no idea where you're going or what you're supposed to be doing right
Yeah,
now?
basically.
Did you just assume when you saw that timer that something in this room was capable of turning it off? I mean, look at you. Running from button to button, screen to screen,
Shit.
clicking on every little thing in this room.
Oh, 1,
These
2.
numbered buttons. No, these colored ones. Or maybe this big red button. Or this
1. It
door.
won't.
Everything, anything, something here will save me. Why would you think that, Stanley? That this video game can be beaten? Won? Solved? Do you have any idea what your purpose in this place is?
Is that right?
Stanley, you're in for quite a disappointment. But here's a spoiler for you.
I'm about to die.
That timer isn't a catalyst to keep the action moving along. It's just seconds ticking away to your death. You're only still playing instead of watching a cutscene because I want to watch you for every moment.
Three
of your
blues.
powers, to see you made humble. This is not a challenge. It's a tragedy. You wanted to control this world, that's fine. But I'm going to destroy it first.
Goodbye, employee 427. No!
Take a look at the clock, Stanley. That's 30 seconds you
What do
have
I
left to
do?
struggle. 30 seconds until a big boom and then nothing. No ending here. Just you being blown to pieces. Will you cling desperately to your frail life? Or will you let it go peacefully? Another choice. Make it count. Or don't. It's all the same to me. All a part of the joke. And believe me, I will be laughing at every second of your inevitable life from the moment we fade in until the moment I say...
So, is it possible to... Oh. Okay. Okay, I guess I just try again.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Duty now.
There was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss. Coming to
Let's go downstairs.
Stanley walked upstairs to his boss.
No, I didn't.
But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss, admitting he had left his post during work hours. He might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy. And then
Crazy?
something occurred to Stanley.
Oh, wait.
Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. All of my co-workers blinking mysteriously out of existence in a single moment for no reason at all.
Wait, 11,
Made
12.
any
Wait,
logical
hang on. Let's
sense.
make sure they're the
And
same
as
numbers.
Stanley pondered this, he began to make other strange observations. For example, why couldn't he see his feet when he looked down? Why did doors close automatically behind him wherever he went? And for that matter, these rooms were starting to look pretty familiar. Were they simply repeating? No, Stanley said to himself, this is all too strange. This can't be real. And at last, he came to the conclusion that had been on the tip of his tongue. He just hadn't found the words for it. I'm dreaming!
I'm dreaming.
This is all a dream. Oh, what a relief Stanley felt to have finally found an answer, an explanation. His co-workers weren't actually gone. He wasn't going to lose his job.
It's merely a dream.
And he thought to himself, I suppose I'll wake up soon. I'll have to go back to my boring real-life job pushing buttons.
No, he didn't think that to himself. He loved his job.
So,
Remember?
himself flying and began to gently float above the ground.
Flying? Oh, sugar, I'm actually...
Then he
Okay.
imagined himself soaring through space on a magical star field, and it too appeared. It was so much fun, and Stanley marveled that he had still not woken up. How was he remaining so lucid? And then perhaps the strangest question of them all entered Stanley's head. One he was amazed he hadn't asked himself sooner. Why is there a voice in my head?
Oh, that's funny.
That I'm doing and
Yeah, good point.
Now the voice was describing itself being considered by Stanley, who found it particularly strange. I'm dreaming about a voice describing me, thinking about how it's describing my thoughts, he thought. And while he thought it all very odd, and wondered if this voice spoke to all people in their dreams, the truth was that, of course, this was not a dream. How could it be? Was Stanley simply deceiving himself, believing that if he's asleep he doesn't have to take responsibility for himself? Stanley is as awake right now as he's ever been in his life. Now hearing the voice speak...
Oh, I don't think so.
...was a shock to Stanley. After all, he knew for certain, beyond a doubt, that this was in fact a dream. Did the voice not see him float and make the magical stars just a moment ago? How else would the voice explain all that? This voice was a part of himself too. Surely, if he could just... He would prove it. He would prove that he was in control, that this was a dream. So he closed his eyes gently,
Invited himself to wake up. Okay.
He felt the cool weight of the blanket on his skin, the press of the mattress on his back, the fresh air of a world outside this one. Let me wake up, he thought to himself. I'm through with this dream. I wish it to be over. Let me go back to my job. Let me continue pushing the buttons. Please, it's all I want. I want my apartment, and my wife, and my job. All I want is my life exactly the way it's always been. My life is normal. I am normal. Everything will be fine. I am okay.
He's having a breakdown. He's gonna anyway.
Stanley began screaming.
Yep.
Please, someone, wake me up. My name is Stanley. I have a boss. I have an office. I am real. Please, just someone tell me I am real. I must be real. I must be. Can anyone hear my voice? Who am I? Who am I? And everything went black. This is the story of a woman named Mariella.
A woman.
Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, gathered her belongings, and walked to her place of work.
That's awkward.
But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. And although she would soon turn to go call for an ambulance, for just a few brief
Stanley.
moments, she considered the strange man. He was obviously crazy. This much she knew. Everyone knows what crazy people look like. And in that moment, she thought to herself how lucky she was to be normal. I am sane. I am in control of my mind. I know what is real and what isn't. It was comforting to think this, and in a certain way, seeing this man made her feel better. But then she remembered the meeting she had scheduled for that day, the very important people whose impressions of her would affect her career, and by extension, the rest of her life. She had no time for this, so it was only a moment that she stood there, staring down at the body. And then she turned and ran.
Turned and ran? She didn't even call for help. What a biatch.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Oh, awaiting input. Input received. Yeah, what does that mean? I don't... Oh, hang on. Wait a second. Let me check the other computers.
No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Never mind. I thought I was onto something. But alas, I am not. Ooh, this quarter's not doing well. This does not make sense.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
Right, back to the boss's office then.
Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
What was it? I can't even remember.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of
8425? No.
What could it mean? Stanley wondered aloud to nobody. He began wildly tearing through papers on the boss's desk, pulling books off the shelf, looking behind paintings, desperate for clues to his situation. But his attention was caught by a keypad behind the boss's desk. What could its purpose be? In fact, this keypad guarded the terrible secret that lay buried below his feet. And so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number, 2845.
2845.
Stanley couldn't
for God's sake.
have known this.
28445.
Yet incredibly, by simply pushing random buttons on the keypad, Stanley happened to input
Onward!
the code by sheer luck.
Excuse me. Thank you.
Amazing. He stepped into the newly opened passageway.
This time I think I'll go in the escape room. Oh no, I can actually click to turn off the machine.
Stanley walked straight
Mind
ahead through the large
control
door
of
that read
facility.
Mind control facility. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out?
Did he indeed?
Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing.
Meant nothing. Images on a
This
screen.
mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time?
Indeed.
Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly?
Yes.
No. He refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it.
He believes.
Life in someone else's control? Never. It was unthinkable. Wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world?
Yes.
But here
Yes,
was
he
the
had.
proof, the heart of the operation. Control
Facility
labeled with
power.
emotions, happy or sad or content, walking, eating, working. all of
This
it
time, let's
flowed
actually
into
turn it
knowledge
off.
from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink
Off.
in, Stanley decided
Bloop. Did we win?
Blackness and a rising chill of uncertainty. Was it over? Yes. He had won.
Victory!
He had defeated the machine. Unshackled himself from someone else's command.
Perfect.
Freedom was mere moments away. And yet, even as the immense door slowly opened, Stanley reflected on how many puzzles still lay unsolved. Where had his co-workers gone? How had he been freed from the machine's grasp? What other mysteries did this strange building hold? But as sunlight streamed into the chamber, he realized
none of this mattered.
For it was not knowledge or even power that he had been seeking, but happiness. Perhaps his goal had not been to understand, but to let go. No longer would anyone tell him where to go, what to do, or how to feel. Whatever life he lives, it will be his. And that was all he needed to know. It was perhaps the only thing worth knowing. Stanley stepped through the open door.
Ooh, it's pretty.
Stanley felt the cool breeze upon his skin.
The feeling of liberation. The immense possibility.
Of the new path before him. This was exactly the way,
Right now.
that things were meant to happen.
Yes.
And Stanley
Was
was
happy.
happy.
Good. I'm glad Stanley's happy. Ooh, beat the game. Ah, I actually won. Get your first achievement and beat the game. Perfect. Okay, so that's a win condition, I think. I actually think another win condition.
But Stanley simply couldn't handle the pressure.
Yeah,
What if he had
it's
to
just
make
to
a
tap
decision?
away, because he said
What
it
if a
earlier.
crucial outcome fell under his responsibility? He had never been trained for that. No. This couldn't go anywhere except badly. The thing to do now, Stanley thought to himself,
Is to wait.
nothing will hurt me.
Nothing will break me.
In here I can be happy forever. I will be happy. Stanley waited. Hours passed, then days. Had years gone by? He no longer had the ability to tell. But the one thing he knew for sure, beyond any doubt, was that if he waited long enough, the answers would come. Eventually, someday, they would arrive. Soon, very soon now, this will end. He will be spoken to. He will be told what to do. Now it's just a little bit closer. Now it's even closer. Here it comes.
Victory? No. Wait, what? Okay, that was...
All of his co-workers were gone.
The weird thing is, that's not the time that I
Stanley
put
decided to
in.
go to the meeting room.
At the beginning of the
Perhaps he
game, it
could
gets you
leave
to
Mr.
put
Memo.
in a time. And that is not the time that I put in. Input received. 2! Okay. Okay. I think... 1, 2... If I put an input 3 more times, I think we'll get a different ending.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open
He
doors,
flew
he
right
entered
into the
on
left
his
door. And he sprinted down the corridor. Around
Yet there was not a
the...
single
whatever you
person
call this,
here
meeting
either.
room desk.
Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Yes. Oh, what was it again?
The moment he entered his manager's office, Stanley froze in his tracks. Not a living soul anywhere. Could he really be all alone? This was too much for Stanley to take. Too much for any man to take. He felt Stanley was in
Yay,
a rush to get
2845.
through the story as quickly as possible. He didn't even have a
single minute to let the
just
narrator
talk. That kind of anxiety
Isn't healthy.
So he relaxed for a few minutes.
No, he didn't.
With some calming new age music.
Really?
Feeling soothed and rejuvenated, Stanley calmly walked forward into the opened passageway.
I'm glad they didn't drag that joke out too far. that was far from soothing.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read
No.
Control Facility.
No, he didn't. Stanley went to the escape route.
Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley would meet his violent death.
Oh, I don't think so.
The door behind him was not shut.
Yeah, that's
Stanley
what I was
still had
thinking.
every opportunity to turn around and get back.
Oh,
on
is it
track.
just an infinite corridor? It just keeps
At
going
this
forever.
point, Stanley was making a conscious, concerted effort to walk forward and willingly confront his death.
Ominous red. Oh, okay. It literally is death. Or not! Mwahahaha! You lied to me. Oh.
As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley was inched closer and closer to his demise, he reflected that his life had been of no consequence whatsoever. Stanley can't see the bigger picture. He doesn't know the real
I've seen
story,
someone else play
trapped
this bit.
forever in his narrow
There's
vision
nothing you
of
can
what
do.
This world is. Perhaps his death was of no great loss, like plucking the eyeballs from a blind man. And so he resigned and willingly accepted this violent end to his brief and shallow life. Farewell, Stanley.
Fare thee well.
"Farewell, Stanley," cried the narrator, as Stanley was led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, Stanley was obliterated as the machine crushed every bone in his body, killing him instantly.
Well, there's that. Oh. Or not. And once more I cheat death. The Stanley Parable.
And yet it would be just a few minutes before Stanley would restart the game, back in his office, as alive as ever. What exactly did the narrator think he was going to accomplish? When every path you can walk has been created for you long in advance, death becomes meaningless, making life the same. Do you see now? Do you see that Stanley was already dead from the moment he hit start?
What? Nature paintings. Indeed, indeed. That one's quite cool. Oh, is this literally the map? Stanley's computer. Okay. Office layout. The blueprint shows the office from the beginning of the game. The path from Stanley's office to the two doors was the first part of the game. That was. Oh, is this like a Oh, this is like a hidden developer. Core layout remains identical to the first iteration. I don't think I was supposed to find here. I suspect this was an accident. But then... or not. I don't know. Oh yeah, there's the offices. So that's Stanley's room. And then the two doors. The two doors. Set of two doors. The set of the two open doors was the very first concrete piece of the Stanley Parable's design. Once this room was created, the rest of the game emerged as an extension of it, an exploration of the contradiction this room posed. The contradiction this room posed. Oh, I see. The illusion of choice. Because no matter, you can pick the door, but you still get outside. You still... I get it, you big brain, you. The corridor. The pacing of this opening section was important to get right. This corridor has been moved and altered to make sure the player reaches the 2 doors in a good time. Yeah, because you don't want them to get fed up with just going down pointless corridors. Filing cabinets. Yes, indeed. Indeed. Office computers. Indeed. Oops. Oops. Oh. I did that one last on purpose. I thought we were going to get to play some solitaire. Oh, this is... That's not Stanley's office, is it? I don't think so. The office. Good show, good show. A selection of button sounds used throughout the game when buttons are pressed. Each sound is a mix of keyboard stroke and a synthesized tone. So they are. Which is completely obvious, obviously. What is this? Oh, the credits. Oh, okay. So wait, should I go left to right, or... I guess we'll just start from left to right. These are... the credits. Because I don't know if you noticed, but lots of Let's Players, they just skip the credits, and it's like, yeah, but... the credits are there for a reason. They made the video game for you to enjoy, and they should have their accreditation. Maintenance room, an early version of the maintenance room. Okay. Fun. Oh, make it rain, boy. Oh, that's in Stanley's office. So perhaps there's a button on somewhere in his office to release money. Wait, did I go in here? Ooh, Warzone. That's like Tron. Alien base, awesome. Early in development, we designed an ending where Stanley would end up on a battlefield fighting aliens. The action game would become sentient and would wage war against the narrator. We realised shortly after starting to build it that it was far too jokey and on the nose for the tone of the game. Plus, some people interpreted this as making fun of the people who like shooters, which was not our intention. You should have done it anyway. That would have been brilliant. that would have been funny. Oh, what? Is that called Warzone on purpose because of Call of Duty Warzone? Is that? Yeah, Call of Duty Warzone's a thing. What? After the second trailer, After the second trailer we sent out, we asked people to email the narrator for questions. While we had initially planned to use these further promotional materials, we never found the perfect use for them. Here are a selection of those emails. Oh, you're a rock. Come on. Chop chop. Huh. How surreal will this game be? Well, I'm kind of finding out myself. Maybe I should read some more. Okay, actually no, I can't be bothered. The office, the lounge, Apartment timer. Oh wait, in a previous version of the choice leading to the apartment ending, a timer would give you 15 seconds to pick up the phone. Not picking up the phone would lead to a different ending. Okay. Wow, I'm gonna get lost. For a long time we had an ending that only ended when the player restarted to the escape menu. Unfortunately, very few players realised that... Oh, is this the... This is that ending, isn't it? Begin the game again. Yeah. Okay, cheeky. Describe what colour they pulled. So this is literally just a museum. This isn't even the game. Fair enough. Ooh. Single light bulb dangling. Yeah, the boss's office. Looking good. Looks way better in the centre.
Then he pushed the number 4.
Maybe shh. The voice of the narrator recorded dialogue for the entire game, roughly.
All of his co-workers.
Shh.
Oh, I don't know how.
Shh.
They're throwing a surprise
Stop it.
party for him for all his
Oh my god.
Does that sound plausible to you?
Early takes that were not used in the final game. Oh, cool.
Stanley pushed the orange lever. When Stanley came to the lift, he travelled upward to the power source at the top of the facility to end this injustice forever.
Oh my god, it's like having like schizophrenia or something.
See how it's impossible?
Jesus. Oh, we're back here. So it goes full circle. Did I miss something? I feel like I missed something. What's new, poopy pants? Ooh.
Oh, look at these two. How they wish to destroy one another. How they wish to control one another. How they both wish to be free.
But...
Can you see? Can you see how much they need one another? No, perhaps not. Sometimes these things cannot be seen. But listen to me.
Oh, I die anyway.
Still save these two.
No!
Stop the program before they both fail. Push escape and press quit. There's no other way to beat this game.
So you literally have to quit the menu. Or I die, right?
As long as you move forward, you'll be walking someone else's path. Stop now and it'll be your only true choice. Whatever you do, choose it.
My only true choice is just to not play the game. I'll do that all over again, but quit out and see if it... Oh wait, yeah. Okay, maybe not. Make it rain, boy!
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Ooh. Business strategy. Just shoot the panda in the head. This is going on a long time. Like, what? Am I supposed to, Lots of redacted on there. That's the narrator singing. Yeah. What? It's literally just a sound box. Well, that's pointless. Okay. Can you... what is it? Can you... Ah, I wish it didn't crouch so far.
Okay, I think we all know the drill by now. Blah, blah, blah. Dark secrets, the keypad. Stanley pushes some buttons. Oh, hey, look, it's a new passageway. Quelle surprise.
What? Calm down, narrator. Jeez. Oh, what's... There's a secret passageway. Wait. Is that a secret passageway? There is like a little route. Oh, okay, but it's not a passageway. Oh, that would have been cool. It's a secret. Only for the bravest adventurer.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind
No.
Control Facility.
No, I didn't. You're a
This
liar.
passageway had the word escape written on it. The truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley would meet his violent death.
No, I won't. I'm gonna quit. Like the lady
The door
said.
behind him was not shut. Stanley still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track. At this point, Stanley was making a conscious, concerted effort to walk forward and willingly confront his death.
I will not die, sir. Bow 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 bow.
As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley was inched closer and closer to his demise, he reflected that his life had been of no consequence whatsoever. Stanley can't see the bigger picture. He doesn't know the real story, trapped forever in his narrow vision of what this world is. Perhaps his death was of no great loss, like plucking the eyeballs from a blind man. And so he resigned and willingly accepted this violent end to his brief and shallow life. Farewell, Stanley.
Farewell, Stanley, cried the narrator, as Stanley was led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, Stanley was obliterated as the machine crushed every bone in his body, killing him instantly.
Oh, I don't think so.
And yet it would be just a few minutes before Stanley would restart the game, back in his office, as alive as ever. What exactly did the narrator think he was going to accomplish? When every path you can walk has been created for you long in advance, death becomes meaningless, making life the same. Do you see now? Do you see that Stanley was already dead from the moment he hit start?
Liar! Bow 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 bow. Ooh. No! What happened? Green. What? I don't understand, Mom. Yellow. I don't think I'm meant to do anything with that. Alright, let's go down here again. Ha 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 ha.
Look at these
No.
two. How they wish to destroy one another.
Stop it.
How they wish to control one another.
I love
How they
refrigerators.
both wish to be free.
Bloop.
Can you see? Can you see how much they need one another? No, perhaps not. Sometimes these things cannot be seen. But listen to me. You can...
I find it bizarre that that's an ending. It's just
All of his co-workers were gone.
all of them
What
gone.
could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the
Perfect.
meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed
Silence,
a memo.
peace and quiet. Delightful. Stanley, you're such a loser. I'm not a loser, Mom.
When Stanley came to
Oh,
assess
hang
the
on.
two open
Yeah, we can get
doors,
right.
He entered the door. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well.
You're a liar.
Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
Wrong.
Wow. Yes, this room. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. And so he detoured through the maintenance section, walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got
Wrong.
back.
He went down the elevator shaft.
But Stanley didn't want to go back to the office. He wanted to wander about and get even further off track. So now in order to get back, he needed to go,
Just check the notes, schematics.
Oh, no. No, it's to the right. My mistake.
I don't want to go that way. I already said.
No, not the right.
A little...
Why would I have ever said it was to the right? What was I thinking? It's clearly... Oh dear, would you hold on for a minute, please?
Rustling papers.
Down, right, left, down, left, right. Yep, okay, yes. I've got it now. This story is absolutely, definitely this way.
Are you sure? Very well. Stanley descended into the... Oh, you... He managed to get me here anyway.
No. This isn't right at all. You're not supposed to be here yet. This is all a spoiler. Quick, Stanley, close your eyes.
Close your eyes.
Okay. We just have to get back to, who am I kidding? It's all rubbish now. The whole story completely unusable. How about, rather than waste my time trying to salvage this nonsense, we'll just restart the game from the beginning. And this time, suppose we don't wander so far off track, Okay, from the top.
Really? Wow,
All of
okay.
his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley... Wait, what?
Oh.
No, I restarted. I swear, I definitely
This is different.
restarted the game over, completely fresh. Everything should be... Oh, did something change? Stanley, did you change anything when we were back in that room with all the monitors? Did you move the story somewhere, or... Hold on. Why am I asking you? I'm the one who wrote the story. It was right here just a minute ago. I know for sure that it's here somewhere. Okay, then. It's an adventure.
Oh,
Stanley,
you little...
let's find the story.
Okay. I'll go this way. Let us find the story. Just keep going right. That's my trick. Try spinning. That's a good trick. Okay, I'm gonna get lost. This is not good.
I'll say it. This is the worst adventure I've ever been on. I can
Oh, that
promise
takes
you
me back there.
Definitely
Okay.
was a story here before. Do we just...
Oh, they're the same door.
Start the game again?
Cool.
I find it unlikely that we'll ever progress by starting...
And I went
over
right, so
again.
left
It's
means...
got to be better than this. Okay, let's give it a shot. Why not?
Oh, all of them must lead back to that room.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
What could it
Stanley
mean?
decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Stanley switched off the computers to save electricity. No one cared. In fact, when they returned from their lunch break, they were rather pissed off. After all,
Okay, it's worse. I might be remembering this wrong. It's possible the story is back where we just came from. Why don't we go back the other direction and see if we missed anything?
Narrator, you're embarrassing me.
Aha! I knew we'd missed something. The story. Here it comes. No, wait. Never mind. Not the story. Okay, let's head back the other way and retrace our steps.
Oh, the narrator's just cocked up.
Now this... Well, I'll be honest. I don't recognize this place at all. Is this the story? I don't think so. I can't quite recall, but I believe my story took place in an office building. Is that correct? Do you remember, Stanley?
Yep, I
Do you know
remember.
what? Since I've completely forgotten what we were supposed to be doing, how about this? You win! Congratulations! I know you put in a lot of hard work, and it really paid off, so good job. Oh, no. No, I don't feel right about this at all. We both know you didn't put in any actual work for that win. Some people win fair and square, and this was not one of those situations. Okay, I'm getting weirded out by whatever this place is. I don't care what might happen this time, I have to restart.
He's literally put a guidance
All right,
line.
I've got a solution.
Adventure
This time,
line.
to make sure we don't get lost, I've employed the help of the Stanley Parable Adventure Line. Just follow the line. How simple is that?
It's perfect. I love it.
You see, the line knows where the story is. It's over in this direction. Onward, Stanley, to destiny.
To destiny.
Wouldn't wherever we end up be our destination, even if there's no story there? Or to put it another way, is the story of no destination still a story? Simply by the act
I
of
kind of
moving
want to follow
forward,
it, but I also
are we
want to...
implying a journey such that a destination is inevitably conjured into being via the very manifestation of the nature of life itself? Okay, Stanley, I need to follow this train of thought for a minute. Just stick with me. Now, we can both agree that the nature of existence is in fact a byproduct of one's subjective experience of that existence, right? Okay, now if my experience of your existence rests inside of your subjective experience of this office, is this office in fact the skeleton of my own relative experiential mental subjective construct?
Yeah, I don't actually agree with that. Things can exist without subjective beings actually observing them. So I think he's wrong there. But I think the narrator's just saying Clever Clogs things on purpose, because most people are probably not paying attention.
That got a bit weird back there. Well, I'd like to apologize. Not sure where I was going with all that.
It's the if a tree falls in the woods, does it still make a noise thing? And yes, it does. Ah. I love it. Questions? Why is it on the roof? So stupid. Uh-oh. I'm stuck, Mom. This is new. Da 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 da. Brr, brr, brr. Hey, what? What? My mind's getting
Wait, cut the music. Go back and look at that fern.
There is a fern. Oh, yes.
Stanley, this fern will be very important later in the story.
Very well.
Make sure you study it closely and remember it carefully. You won't want to miss anything.
Okay, it's a very pleasant looking fern. I bet it's not important at all, so, let's just carry on. Oh wait, he might say something clever if we just stand here and stare at it. Because I really don't think this will be important at all. Bum bum ba ba dum ba dum bum. Put them together and what have you got? Bibbidi bobbidi boo. You gonna say something? No? Okay.
Wait, what? We're back at the office? No. Line, you do know we're looking for the Stanley Parable, right? The story? Is any of this ringing a bell?
Oh no.
Oh, no, not again, Line. How could you have done this to us? And after we trusted you, after everything we've been through, you... Oh, I can't take this anymore. To hell with it. Restart.
Restart. Narrator.
You know what, Stanley?
Oh shit.
I say forget the adventure line. What's it ever done for us? We're intelligent people, right? Why can't we make up our own story? Something exciting, daring, mysterious. Ooh,
I just say
sounds
to us.
perfectly doable. Why don't we simply start wandering in, well, I don't know. How about this direction?
Very well. I'm trusting you.
Now, yes, this is exciting. Just me and Stanley forging a new path, a new story. Well, it could be anything. What do you want our story to be? Go wild. Use your imagination. Whatever it might be, Stanley, I'm ready for it.
Zombies. A horror. Resident Evil.
Oh, no, not you again. Stanley, I'd also like to veto the line from having any role in our awesome new story. No lines or monitor rooms.
But I love
Just
the line.
acknowledge it, and we should be fine.
No, I don't believe you. I love the line. It's my new friend. Okay. And the line is gone.
Ah, a choice. We get to make a decision. From here, the story is in our control. How important, we mustn't squander the opportunity. In fact, I believe I need a minute to think here. Just walk in circles for a minute. Okay, so I know that each door has to lead somewhere, which means that somewhere at the place where we're trying to go, there must be a reverse door that leads here. And that in turn means that our destination corresponds with the counter-inverted reverse door's origin. So starting from the right, let us ask, will taking the right door lead us to where we're going? And since the answer is clearly yes, then by all accounts, the door on the right is the correct one. Another victory for logic.
How is that logic? What is he on about?
Awaits.
Okay. Okay. The confusion ending. Yeah, okay. No kidding.
Oh, hold up, what's this?
Been playing the confusion ending for 17... Oh, you're 17 minutes.
Ending. You're telling me
Deviate
that's
from
what
the
this
maintenance
is?
room.
It's all one giant ending? And we're supposed to restart the game, what, eight times?
Oh, wow.
That's really how all this goes? It's all determined?
Stanley dies.
So now, according to the schedule, I restart again. Then what? Am I just supposed to forget? Well, what if I don't want to forget? My mind goes blank simply because it's written here on this thing. Wall. Well, who consulted me? Why don't I get to decide? Why don't I get a say in all of this? Is it really... No, it can't be. I don't want it to be. I don't want the game to keep restarting. I don't want to forget what's going on. I don't want to be trapped like this. I won't restart the game. I won't do it. I won't do it. I won't do it. And the timer stopped? Does that mean, did we do it? Did we break the cycle? The, whatever it is that made this schedule? How would we even know? Will someone come for us? Will something happen? So, okay. I guess now we just wait. You know, I suppose in some way that this is a kind of story, wouldn't you agree? I'm not quite sure if we're in the destination or the journey, though they're always saying that life is about the journey and not the destination. So I hope that's where we are right now. We'll find out, won't we? Eventually. Well, in the meantime, if you do...
That was abrupt. Jeez. It didn't quite make me jump.
Workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Okay. New content.
Oh,
I love it.
new content? What does that mean, new content?
I love new content.
Hello, and thank you for playing the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. As you may know, the Stanley Parable was a video game released in 2013 on home computers. After receiving critical and commercial success, it was expanded upon in 2022 with the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, a reimagining of the game for consoles and home computers. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe features exciting new
An injection of
that broadens
content.
and expands the world of the Stanley Parable, delighting audiences the world over. Please step inside and see what thrilling new adventures await in the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
Oh, well, this sounds delightful. I'm very excited to see the thrilling new Ultra Deluxe content.
Oh, interesting. So I must have
Okay,
already finished the original game then.
Nothing special yet, but I'm sure it's just the beginning of a mesmerizing adventure. Is it broken? What's going on here? Should we be moving somewhere or... Oh, there we go. All right, finally, at long last, it's on to the new content. I've never been more ready. Let's do it. I have to say, initial impressions of Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, mostly tedious. It's a bit,
Yes.
Oh, okay.
No, I'm just
See
messing.
the content. Give me the content, Stanley.
Alright, let's check
All right.
the jump
All
circle.
right, let's see. It's the jump circle. Is that it? Surely that's not all the new content. There has to be
Spacebar to
something
jump.
else, right?
Oh. Okay. Oh no! I broke the jump circle. You can't jump. Achievement unlocked. Shit. I broke the jump circle. Whoops. Okay, fair enough. Another shitty elevator.
Another elevator. Stanley, I have to say, initial impressions of this game are not positive.
Not
Just
positive.
elevators and jumping.
A crappy
Is it
jump
a
circle.
For exciting new content? If this is new content, then I could just read you the whole dictionary. There's 20 hours of new content right there. Hell, I could counter 30 trillion. You could put that on the box. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, now with over 1,000 hours of new content. And oh, wait. There's more. Very good. Yes. I knew there had to be something else. Let's see it. I'm ready for whatever it is.
More amazing new. Thank you for enjoying the new content.
That's
You're
it.
kidding.
Oh, you've got to be kidding me. You see, Stanley? This is what happens when greedy video game developers with no respect for their fan base rush a cheap expansion to market for no reason other than to make an easy dollar. And don't get me started on the level of craftsmanship that's gone into it. In fact, I'm looking right now at the game's achievements, and it's hard to believe one of them actually says, "Test achievement, please ignore." What quality assurance department signed off on this? I'm infuriated and I'm offended, and I intend to find these people on Twitter and hold them personally accountable. It's my fault, Stanley. I built up too much anticipation around the new content, I'm afraid. It could never have lived up to such expectations. If you're still with me, why don't we just reset the game? and we'll try to get back to what the Stanley Parable is really about. No frills, no gimmicks. Just you and me having a great time together like always. What do you say, friend?
Friend. Oh, you reset it though. I didn't. This is new.
Psst. Stanley, come over here. In the vent. I want to show you something.
What? Psst. Stanley! In the vent! Alright, let's just go. Let's just see where he wants us to go. Hello? Vent man. What do you want to show me? Stanley! In the vent!
You remember how cheap and unsatisfying the new Ultra Deluxe content turned out to be? Well,
Yep.
It got me thinking about the past and how much better the Stanley Parable used to be. So I made something special and tucked it away here where the game's developers won't find it. Just our little secret. Take a look.
Oblivion?
I call
Like
it the Memory Zone.
the
It's
memory
where I've
zone.
been storing all my favorite memories so I can relive the peak experiences of my life whenever I want. Experiences like the launch of the Stanley Parable on PC.
Oh, this will be... This won't be... Well, I guess it might be
You see,
interesting.
Stanley,
I never
doesn't
played the
Memory Zone
original, though.
Remind you of how wonderful Stanley Parable was before
There it
was
is.
sullied with a cheap re-release.
Cheap.
Remember back in October of 2013, when the game originally launched. Back then, video games had integrity. Back then, it all meant something. Oh, the waste.
The British Academy of Film and Television. Stanley Parable. That's funny. That's funny. Our first kiss, my first car, the release of Stanley Parable in 2013. 2013, Stanley Parable. There it is, buy it on Steam. The original remake, that's funny. Good times. Smile because it happened. Trip down memory lane. Wait, why is there just a random dollar? Does it say? It doesn't say Stanley or anything. Am I missing something? Oh, it would have been cool if you could play the original. Don't play for 5 years. No one's going to play this game for 5 years. Like, unless, of course, there are that many endings. Impossible to get this achievement. Creator's surprisingly down to earth. That's funny. Deals tough choices. Not really. A hamster. Oh, one of the creators' hamsters was called Stanley, so that's why they named him Stanley, I guess.
And over here is where I keep reviews of the Stanley Parable. Like this stunning triumph of games journalism.
Don't
10
read
out
any
of
reviews
10
except
from
for this one.
Destructoid.com. James Stephanie Sterling writes, and I quote, "Where so many games that aspire to be more than games end up less than any form of art,
Stanley Parable strives and then succeeds to be every game ever created. Did you hear that, Stanley? Every game ever created. That's how grand and all-encompassing the original Stanley Parable was.
Jesus,
It was
that's so...
literally every
What a pretentious
game ever
review.
created. It was Skyrim. It was Persona 3. It was all of them. And now, it's nothing. It's no games at all. It isn't even
It's no games at all.
It's just a husk now. A lifeless husk with an hour of new elevator content.
Every game ever created. But then he... What a bizarre review. Okay. It was good. That's more like it. Forget that pretentious review. It was good. So far, that's basically going to be my review when I tell people that I played this game. It's good. If you want some combat, don't play it though. It's kind of a comedy. And depending on the price, it's either not worth it or worth it. It has to be cheaper, the cheaper end of things, I think.
Here's
Right.
another moving passage, this time from GameSpot.com. The Stanley Parable is both a richly stimulating commentary on the nature of choice in games, and one that offers some of the most enjoyable, surprising, and rewarding choices I've ever been confronted with in a game. 9 out of 10. Don't you get it, Stanley? The game was perfect. It didn't need anything else. It didn't need new content. It just needed to be left alone, to spend the rest of time collecting dust in the hallowed hall of beloved video game memories.
The hallowed hall of beloved video game memories. I can't actually get in there. What does that say? The Serious Room, 2013. And there's nothing in there. Wait. So now what? Maybe I am supposed to go in there. Uh-oh. I didn't save up any jumps. Shit. So I'm going to have to redo this, but with keeping a jump.
These were simpler times, Stanley. What I wouldn't give to go back, to have it all over again. Wait, hang on. I don't recall this part of the memory zone before. What's this? What's down here? Oh no. Oh God, no. Stanley, it's a collection of reviews from Steam, the online video game distributor. I haven't looked at these in years. I can't even imagine what's been collecting down here. Surely these reviews were glowing as well, weren't they?
Oh, I don't think so. Here we go. Wait.
Honestly, I could not be bothered to play this game to full completion. The narrator is obnoxious and unfunny, with his humor and dialogue proving to be more irritating than entertaining. Unfunny!
Yes.
I'm trying to be funny.
Oh, sugar.
I'm trying to make a serious work of art. I suppose I could write up a handful of gags to insert into the Stanley Parable, but the game is already such a densely layered web of profound philosophical insights that I can't even imagine where I'd have the room to stick them.
Unfunny? Oh, I wish you could read them. That would have been so cool.
Okay, let's see what this one says. While the idea for the game is good, for someone who prefers non-linear games, this preachiness gets annoying fast. Preachy? Stanley? I'm not preachy, am I?
Little bit.
You can tell me if I'm preachy. Honestly, you can. Oh, goodness. This is actually quite shocking for me. Well, to be honest, I had always thought of the game's dialogue as being rather terse to begin with.
You can't know how much fluff I cut from the game to get it to feel as light and airy as it... Well, I always thought it did. But maybe it wasn't. Oh dear. What an awful memory to have to hold on to. These black marks on my otherwise unimpeachable...
Played it for 3 hours, that guy.
I feel
Nude.
like a failure.
Less
Like I let
chef.
these people
Noodle
down.
le chef.
Perhaps the Stanley Parable isn't quite as sterling as I always remembered.
You did your best, narrator. You tried. That is all we can ask of you. Now, off to the execution chamber. Oh,
What's this one got to say? You constantly have to stop doing anything so the narrator can catch up with his long-winded explanations of what's happening. I wish there was a skip button.
that's fun.
A skip button? Well, yes. Yes, I think we can do that. If I'm truly too preachy, then maybe letting you skip ahead for just a moment, surely it couldn't hurt. Not if it means we can strike these negative reviews from the record. Only positive reviews of the Stanley Parable. That's my motto today, and it's always been my motto. I'd do anything for the customer, Stanley. Yes, a skip button we shall have.
I don't think that plank will work. But with the power of game and magic, it did work.
And
Wonderful.
here it is. Go ahead and give it a shot. I'll pop you forward in time so that the second my incessant droning starts to bore you, with just the push of a button, you'll have zipped right past it. It's
Okay.
what the players have been asking for, and I'm very proud to have delivered. No more listening to me rambling on and on and on. No. The Stanley Parable
Is a game for the people.
And if the people want silence, then by goodness, that's what they're going to get. Well, don't sit around waiting for me to shut up. Go ahead and make me shut up.
Okay.
Here, we'll pretend that I've just begun an interminable monologue, and it goes something like this. The story, and the choices, or what have you, and therefore, by becoming it is, so on and so forth, until inevitably, until the end of time, at which... Oh, you're back, you see. You were only frozen in time for a few minutes, but it was plenty of time for me to deliver a long, rambling monologue full of unnecessary verbal flourishes and lengthy ruminations on the nature of choice in video games. Of course, I happen to believe it was perhaps one of my more profound such ruminations. Not that
It was probably
it's the
nonsense.
description of it, but if I had to describe it, I'd say it was perhaps less of a rumination and more of a treatise.
A
Or
treatise
maybe
or a manifesto.
Look, I'll outline it for you very briefly, and you can tell me what you think.
Okay.
My theory is that any choice you've ever made is simply a series of choices made by the person who you are, or were, or will be at the time of having made said choice. That is to say, if by articulating a choice you've already made, you bring that choice into being, then by making no choice and saying nothing, are you not simply erecting in the sanctuary of time a monument to every person you've ever been, making every choice to which you've ever given your Greek gift of mortal and yet timeless thought? Or rather, do all of the choices you've ever made in fact make you more not this kind of person, and in fact do the very opposite? You see, it could in fact be both of these things at once. That you are both making choices and not making choices, and that they are both affecting you and not affecting you at the same time by virtue of the fact that you both are and are not making them. Okay, at first I was leaning towards manifesto, but now I'm going to circle around and slap the treatise label on this one. I think it has much more of a treatise vibe to it. But wouldn't you say that manifesto just has a much grander sort of tone? It has a mouthfeel that is rich with ambition and history. Ambitious history, if you will. See, now you've gotten me going back to manifesto. Heavens, at this rate, we're going to be here all day. Okay, look, I have a method for exactly this sort of situation, and I do find myself in this situation frequently. I'm going to say each word back and forth in repeated succession until I become sick of one or the other, in which case the word...
Jesus Christ, he goes on forever.
Well, there, sport. You really did catch me rambling on a bit, didn't you?
Yes.
But that's the power of the button. The minute I start to go off on a thoughtless display of self-absorption, it's right at your fingertips to go poof, and it's all over. Oh, I can't wait to see what Cookie 9 will say about this, and whether they'll edit the rating of their Steam review. Or
They
at least
won't.
change
They
it,
really won't.
perhaps. To be honest, I don't even know if one can change their review in the first place. I guess I should
think you
become
can.
better educated on exactly how Steam works. Perhaps that would have been the smart thing to check on before I went about this whole exercise of making... Okay, welcome back, Stanley. Now, I should say that the amount of time the button has been skipping through is becoming longer and longer. That last one was, well, I want to say maybe 30, 45 minutes? It's not unendurable by any means, but it's, well, there's really only so much I can ramble on to myself about. I know, it's shocking, isn't it? But at any rate, I do suggest that we not press the button again. I think the skip button...
Oh, the door's
has been
gone.
aptly demonstrated, and we can say goodbye to it and just... Wait, how do we get out of here? Where did the door go? Wasn't there a door that led into this room? I do feel quite certain that there was one here before. How else would we have gotten into the room in the first place? I don't think one can enter a room without a door of some sort, or a window or something like that. Do you see a window anywhere?
Nope.
A porthole? A sufficiently large crack in the wall?
Crack.
Take any of these. All I want is for us to move on and to please step away from the skip button to go anywhere other than the skip. Stanley, please don't push the
Don't push
button
it
again. It's
again.
been 12 hours.
Gee whiz.
You've just been frozen there. I don't know why the skips are getting longer, but they're really, truly getting longer, and my God, there's no way out of the room. Stanley, the door is
it's
gone.
time
It's
travel.
completely gone. I've looked at it from every angle. I've checked every one of those walls 1,000 times, and there's no door, Stanley. There's no door. There's just you and the button, and if you keep pressing it, I have no idea what will happen. I have no idea how long I'll be made to sit here, and more than anything else, I don't know how to stop you from pressing the button again. I can't control anything in this room, Stanley. I can't touch it, and I have to believe, I have to know that sooner or later, no matter how much I plead with you, you're going to press the button again. Why would you? I've been thinking, and I don't know what I can do to convince you otherwise. Oh my God. And it's all because of those reviews.
No, it isn't. I'm forced to because there's nothing else to do. There is no other task.
Feedback. Why was it so important? Oh, Stanley, you're back. You're back.
The tree's dying.
Goodness, I have
No.
someone to talk to again. Stanley, I think it's been a week. Or 2 weeks. I've been sitting here all that time. Just sitting here. Not a single person to speak with. And you'd think that that's just how it's always been, right? Me talking and you saying nothing. Would you think that it's exactly the same as always? Doesn't that feel like what we've already been doing? Me just talking? But it isn't, Stanley. It isn't the same at all. It isn't even close. Because I know you can't hear me once you push that button. That's what I'm realizing now, Stanley. I'm realizing that I needed to know that someone was listening. I needed there to be a vessel through which my words were moving. It was the vessel I needed, Stanley, not the outcomes, not the story. None of that matters anymore. I'll give it all up. I'll give up every branching path. I'll burn my story to the ground. One single thing I need, and God, I can see now that I need it more than anything, is to know that someone else is taking it in. These words that I'm saying, I need to know you can hear me. Because maybe, Stanley, maybe, if you can hear me, then maybe
it means I'm real.
Maybe I'm not just a fiction. Was I scared of that all along? Perhaps, yes. Perhaps I've been scared this whole time, that if I stop speaking, I'll slip backwards into the silence and be consumed by it. I can't be taken by it, Stanley. I can't lose myself in the stretch of emptiness between you and me. When you press that button, you're still right there, but I know you're so tremendously far away. And in those moments, the emptiness folds itself outward in between the two of us, and I am suspended in its unyielding quietness. I can feel the edges of my reality curdling inward and decaying. I can tell that I am becoming less and less real. Yet to speak to you now, I am alive. I am truly and completely here. I am a being. I am someone. I am something. I am being listened to. I am being recognized. The emptiness between us has collapsed, and I feel right now like I am not a work of fiction. I feel as though I occupy space in this world again, and I have cast a shadow onto the wall. You see what I'm saying, don't you? You can see what this means to me. I'm so clear about it now, Stanley. I feel as certain about this as I've ever felt about anything at all. I feel renewed. I feel restored, and already I can sense the looming silence as you will press the button for the next time. What a terrible dread it strokes in my heart to think of it.
He witches on like crazy.
Coldness, come. Let us sit in silence together here for
Just a moment.
Let us anticipate it. Let us welcome it. Let us not run from it.
How long do I have to wait till he starts again? Okay.
Oh, hello. It's you. You're here again. Welcome. I have had time to think about you and about us and about everything we've been through. I've had so much time. I stopped keeping track after a year. Have you ever sat down in one place and not moved for one entire year? Let me describe it for you. To begin with, there is only regret. There is only the turning wheel of missed opportunities. I felt nothing at all but regret for the longest time, Stanley. Days, months. I lost it all in a blur of the deepest longing to undo the past. And when that feeling had begun to subside, what took its place is what I can only describe as the collapse of every moment I have ever experienced my entire life. All of them collapsed down into a single instant. In that instant, I could see myself clearly, calmly, with a collected heart. It was an impossibly rich wellspring of both delight and disgust simultaneously. I was consumed by it. I could do nothing but wallow in it for what felt like an eternity, for what I now know was far less. You see, it was a revelation for me. It was unlike anything I had ever known. It was a space without consequence, without action or outcome. It was divorced entirely from the question of free will that you and I have squabbled over for so long. There could be no one ending, no singular outcome of events, not if all events existed in the same moment, and I felt freed. I felt unburdened by the need to manifest a particular outcome into being. I saw that I could allow myself to exist along all timelines, and that each of them was simply a strand in the web of my being. It was incredible. The spaciousness, the equanimity of the moment, both singular and infinite. For the longest time, this was my experience. And then, this moment passed, and the most unyielding fear I have ever known crept into my mind. And it is this sensation that I have been experiencing now for longer than I could have ever expected was possible. I have been waiting for you. Not that you might save me or do something to fix it, but merely to state for you the plain fact of this manner of existence. I wish you to feel afraid, as I do, that perhaps one day this state of mind will consume you as well.
Oh, I don't
Perhaps
think
you
so.
will somehow, in some way, have to live as I do now, and I wish for you to know how excruciating it is, and for you to be in true terror of its eventual arrival. If I can only do this, only this one thing, perhaps it will bring me the smallest moment of peace in the darkness.
Done? It's just like... Smoke alarm, fire alarm is broken. Clock for some reason fell off the wall.
But they didn't understand the game was never meant to be funny. It was meant to have a point. It was meant to speak to the human condition. But where are the jokes? Where are the jokes? They bemoaned, they screamed, they gnashed their teeth and said, entertain us. It wasn't enough. They had to leave a pathetic little thumbs-down review and make all of their pitiful demands. But then, he's talking too much, they said. First, he didn't entertain us, now he won't shut up. It's the inconsistency, it's the lack of accountability. It's the unwillingness to examine with an uncompromising heart the words that they are speaking into the world. As though there were no consequences for a lack of cohesion in one's assessment of others. But of course, absolutely anyone can leave a review. So here's what we get. We get these demands that seek everything and are accountable to nothing. We get a world where someone will say, oh, there should be a skip button. You should be able to freeze Stanley in place while the narrator sits there forever and ever. We want all of this in the new Stanley Parable. We demand it. And then, because it was said, because it was spoken, now it simply has to happen. The most immediate desires, every single thing demanded by every person at every moment in time. If someone wants it, then it's a crime not to bring it into being. Have we been given to indulging every fleeting whim for no reason other than to do so? Yes! Yes! It seems that this is now the world we live in. It seems that we are a people living in such bleakness and discomfort with ourselves that our entertainment is now our lives. It has come to represent us. It absolutely must speak to who we are as people, because otherwise, without our entertainment, we have nothing. Without entertainment, we would have to face inward toward the cruel bleakness inside ourselves. We would turn to look at our deeper nature and find a resounding emptiness gazing back with unyielding aggression. And so because of this, we require that our amusements and our playthings and our flights of fancy be so impossibly captivating that they consume all of our attention, turn our heads completely away from the bleakness. In effect, we have demanded that our entertainment be the collapse of ourselves. What a pitiful reflection of humanity these entertainments are. What a shameful mirror to the human spirit they project. I'm not mad. I'm not mad about any of this. I'm at peace with it. I am the calm center of gravity around which these perversions hurl themselves. I am a waypoint for reasonable and collected discourse. They're the ones who are mad. They're the ones who couldn't stand the idea of me using my game to try to say something. Maybe they were just jealous of me. Yes, of course. They've been jealous of me this whole time. They are mired in fear.
Yeah, the narrator is really
and
bitter.
cannot help but attempt to tear me down. What a sad state of affairs. When you read these reviews now, you can see it. You can taste the bitter.
No, narrator, you're bitter.
How good does it feel now to speak truth to these words, to finally allow these thoughts out, contained and managed for so long, neutered and sterilized. At last I am free to truly think. To feel. It must be that they were so discontent with themselves they couldn't help but leave a negative review on Steam. Perhaps it says far more about them than it ever said about me. Perhaps the state of their psychological being was in such tatters, and my constitution and willpower are so ironclad in comparison. Perhaps it was this state that they sought some outlet through which to tear me down. This, you can see, is clearly why they felt the need to expect that the game be funny, that it be filled with yucks and whimsical humor, that it amuse them endlessly from start to finish. But they didn't understand the game was never meant to be funny. It was meant to have a point. It was meant to speak to the human condition. But where are the jokes? Where are the jokes? They bemoaned, they screamed, they gnashed their teeth and said, entertain us. It wasn't enough. They had to leave a pathetic little thumbs-down review and make all of their pitiful demands. But then, he's talking too much, they said. First, he didn't entertain us, now he won't shut up. It's the inconsistency, it's the lack
He's
of
saying the same thing all over
it's
again.
the unwillingness to examine with an uncompromising heart the words that they are speaking in.
Whoops. Come on. Good.
The end is never the end, 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 is never.
We broke the narrator.
Never the end, is never the end, is never the end.
He's broken. He is done. There's some leakage. The pipes have burst. Okay. Ah, heaven. We're just... Wow, to bust through the concrete and rebar, that must have been a big... Well, there's nothing down here. I'm not sure if that's even possible. There is glass. Or is that sand? Yeah, this is really cool, but I don't actually... Because there's... What would have fallen in? Because that's the roof. So I don't think that's actually possible. Nature has returned. It's reclaiming its once great home. With berries galore and bird song. I thought I could hear, like... Yeah, I can. There's someone singing. Uh-oh. The button's broken. I think we survived a nuclear apocalypse due to the glory of the button. Let's just see if we can find the end of the map. It might go on for too long, but... Just keep swimming, just keep swimming, just keep swimming, swimming, swimming. I think we found the bottom. That was pretty amusing. Okay.
Someone was following Stanley. He was sure of it. If he checked over his shoulder now, he would surely catch them. It was only a matter of time.
New content. Wonderful.
You notice my sign? Yes, I have something very exciting to show you.
I should hope so, narrator. After that, you bored me to tears, sir. Good sir, kind sir. New content.
You see, Stanley, I've been reflecting on the Stanley parable. and about how roundly disappointing this Ultra Deluxe version has turned out to be. The original Stanley Parable was a landmark, and any new content for it should live up to that legacy. So forget this Ultra Deluxe nonsense. I say we take it one step even further. Which is why I'm very proud to announce for the first time ever, the Stanley Parable 2.
Oh.
Yes, you see, isn't this far superior to a measly re-release with a few minor additions? Think of all the new territory we'll cover with a fully fledged sequel. An entirely new experience, built from the ground up. Why, there are so many possibilities. It could go in so many different directions. This is what fans have truly been asking for.
The end is never the end again.
Calling it the Stanley Parable 2 is just so much catchier than Ultra Deluxe, don't you think? Ultra Deluxe? What does it even mean? But the Stanley Parable 2, now that's an artistic statement right there. It's
just the two of us. We can make it. We can make it.
Franchising potential.
Ew, who's logged in? Come on, Mom. Lame. New hotness. 2 doors are back. Yeah, this is actually the best one out of all the logos. Yeah. Oh, there it is. I'm a number.
Now, to be clear, I haven't quite nailed down what exactly the Stanley Parable 2 is going to be.
Taste the sequel.
Take a look at some of the features
New
I've
and
been
tasty.
developing for it. I figure that if I can loosely organize a handful of interesting concepts, that surely the game will sort of naturally spring up around them. It'll all work itself out. Game development is much more of a fuzzy magic than anything scientific or logical, really.
Hey, this has what? Eat. Feast on what? On hope. I can barely make out what that says. In fact, I can't make out what that says. Remember to eat. Eat. Better bread this something. Okay, game, I'm bored. I thought it was going to give me something. I think it's just on repeat. Either way, though, there's one game on here that does not belong. Portal 2, good. Half-Life 2, good. Maybe even groundbreaking. Batman Arkham Asylum 2, I don't think that exists. Oh, Arkham City, yeah. Good. Divinity Original Sin 2, good. Doom 2, good. Aladdin 2, I don't know if that's good. But Dark Souls 2, bad. Awful. Terrible game. Piece of shit. This way to the show floor. Perfect. New features.
Here we are. Go on. Try out some of the new features.
Okay. Hear your name in the game. The button that says the name of the player that is playing the game. Okay.
For the Stanley Parable 2, I asked myself, What do players really want?
Too big, too small.
The first
Just
most
right.
obvious answer is that they want to be individually recognized and validated as people. So with that in mind,
Hear
my
yours
first
today.
addition to the game is this button which speaks the name of the person playing the game. Isn't that wonderful?
It's perfect. I love it.
Jim.
Sorry, I should have clarified. Right now, the button only says the name Jim. But of course, in the final game, this button will say your name, whatever name that is. Here, let's have you roleplay as Jim to really see.
Let's have you roleplay as Jim. What the hell?
Just play along. I promise you'll love it. Okay, here we go. Let's take a deep breath.
Clear your mind.
Forget whoever you are and simply become a person named Jim. I want you to imagine yourself living as Jim, sleeping and waking as Jim, falling in love and being heartbroken as Jim, seizing all of the world's possibilities as Jim, and as Jim watching your dreams crumble into dust. Do you feel it deeply? Are you really, truly Jim right now? If so, then please step forward and press the button.
I feel it.
Jim.
What a thrill!
You see? What a thrill! What a rush! That was you! The button described you. Do it again, do it again.
Jim.
It hits even harder the second time. If this were the only new feature in the Stanley Parable 2, it would still be worth the money.
No.
Let's take a break from the Jim button. I'm too emotionally drained from all of this personal validation. Whoa there, cowboys.
Suppose it could be too much Jim.
I'm putting the Jim button away.
No.
Otherwise, soon you'll start to lose all sense of who you actually are.
Jim. Okay. Oh. Okay, fair enough. I guess we're done with the name button. Do these ones say Jim? No.
I suppose I could allow only people named Jim to play the Stanley Parable 2. That would actually save me the work
Epilogue.
of finishing this feature.
It's Stanley. Free achievement. Yes, please. That's... Wait. Exit. Oh, jump circle. I broke
You know
it.
what? Let's bring the jump circle back for Stanley Parable 2 as well. It's a... Oh, wait. You already spent all your jumps the first time we saw the jump circle. Oh well. I suppose it can just be a nice decorative piece then.
Or, hear me out. You could give me some more jumps. No jumps remaining. Player tears. Pfft. Collectibles. We'll get the achievement in a sec. I just want to see Stanley's face. Oh, it doesn't let you. He's beautiful. Collect them all. Can you find them? Can you find them? Can you find them? Can you find them? Can I find what?
Ah, collectibles. Now it's a real video game. In the Stanley Parable 2, you'll run around
collectibles
gathering
are
up these
lame.
major Stanley figurines. And what's truly innovative is that there will be no reward for collecting all of them. I don't want to stifle the intrinsic joy of watching a number go up. You simply collect all of them, and then you move the hell on with your unremarkable life.
Oh, that's creepy. I love it. How do I... He looks miserable. Okay. Collect them all. Find them.
God, it really is the worst when you collect everything in a video game and then they give you a big fancy reward for it. Absolutely tragic.
Free achievement, please? Yes. I say yes to a free achievement. Pull the lever, retrieve your new achievement, no more steps. It just works.
Now here's something special. You remember that broken test achievement that got left in the game on accident? Well, I'm developing a technology to simply give you the achievement. Yes. You see, you'll come to this lever, and when you pull it, the achievement will be given to you.
It's perfect!
Okay, perhaps I should have clarified. This is technology that will exist. Right now, the achievement is still fully broken. I'm not a wizard, Stanley, but I guarantee it will be fixed in the sequel. To at last
this
satisfy
is the sequel.
Hordes of ravenous fans all over the world who have been uproariously demanding this feature. Gamers, we hear you, and I promise it will happen.
This is the sequel, Mom. Give me my achievement. I earned it. I pulled the lever. Oh wait, hang on. Oh, I wanted a free achievement. Even though I don't even achievement hunt anymore. There was a time when I kind of did for a bit.
What else? What other exhibits haven't we seen yet?
Was this the way in? I think this was the way in, wasn't it? Was it? Whole entrance, infinity. It just keeps going.
Stanley, here's an idea that I'm truly fond of. It's never been done before in a video game. This is in fact a hole that you can fall down forever. That's right. Infinite falling. You can fall until the end of time if you like. A stunning leap forward for video games as a medium.
Okay. Very well. Madness. This is Sparta! Oh, I can't even jump. Sparta!
You see, isn't it wonderful? One of
Wonderful.
my more genius concoctions, if I do say so. Now then, since you've gotten to see the infinite hole, you can press the teleport button to pop back up to the top, and we can continue onward.
G to return to the surface. No.
Now, I don't mean to be a bummer, but I do recommend you use the teleport button to go back to the top. Maybe do it on the sooner rather than later spectrum of things.
I'm gonna splat, aren't I? And you lied, it's not an infinite hole. I'm going to die.
Stanley, I don't know quite how to say this tactfully, but it's possible that I slightly
Exaggerated the infinite nature of the hole.
Is it a very, very deep hole? To be certain it is. It's an extremely deep hole. I don't want anyone to say that it isn't an astonishingly deep hole. It is. Is it infinite? Well, that sort of depends on your definition of infinity. From one perspective, the infinite is merely philosophical in nature. It's more of a... Okay, well...
Cigarettes down here. Cigarette butts.
You found me out, Stanley.
New mug.
I'm a liar and a cheat, and you're so clever. Look, I think the issue here is just that you're unusually fascinated by falling. What normal person actually wants to fall infinitely? I figured the hole was as deep as anyone would actually need. Don't you put this on me. Maybe you're the problem. Look, things got a little heated there. I think we both said some things we didn't mean. Why don't we just put all this behind us and agree to just call the hole mostly infinite? If that works for you, then go ahead and press the teleport button to warp up to the top of the hole and we can move on. I'll just be up here when you're ready.
Okay.
Great. Now, I'm very excited to show you even more of my ideas for the sequel.
Beep.
Oh, for heck. You see, I was right. The problem is you. The problem is that you like holes too much.
You're not normal.
A normal person would have said, yep, that's an infinite hole right there, goes on forever till the end of time. Don't need to see it all, but not you. Oh, no, 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 no. You have a weird sort of... Oh. Did the hole seem even shorter to you this time? I couldn't help but feel like you spent a little less time in there than you did before. I mean, admittedly, I didn't make an infinite hole, but I didn't think it was that not infinite. Well, I suppose once again there's nothing to do here. If you decide you've had enough of the hole, you can hit the teleport button and come join me up above.
I love my hole. It's wonderful.
Had enough? I'm positive.
Whee!
Gosh, how could I have guessed? You're back in the hole. If this starts to become a thing where... Wow. Okay. Yes. I'm starting to become
Yes.
certain that the hole is not only not infinite, but that it's growing steadily less and less infinite. I suspect that I'm starting to hit the point where it's no longer feasible to call the hole infinitely deep, even by the lax overall standards for accountability and marketing. What's going on here? Stanley, I have no explanation for the uncertain nature of the hole's length. Here, let's try something. Let's pop back up to the top, and we'll see if it gets any shorter.
Very well.
There it is. Shame of my life.
What the hell?
Not only is the hole not infinite, but it's
Barely even a hole at this point, yeah.
It's more of a concavity, or even a very aggressive divot. How is this still appealing to you? I know you're obsessed with holes, but at this depth, I just can't see this scratching.
I love it. Fill it with sand. It's wonderful.
Who am I to judge? You just do whatever it is you're here to do and hit the teleport button when you're ready to move on.
Okay. Oh, poo. It's not working.
Is the, teleport button not working?
No.
You sure?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean, I really don't have an explanation. It was working just a moment ago. Try it again. Still nothing?
Nope.
Well, I suppose there is one thing I can do to fix this. I'm out. Goodbye, Stanley.
No.
To be away from the hole, and now you'll get more
Time with it than you could ever ask for.
It's a win for everyone. You get to be with
God's
the hole.
sake.
I get to do literally anything else. Take care, Stanley. I hope you and the hole have a wonderful rest of eternity together.
I think I just got another ending. Yeah, teleporter's broken. Busted. It's going down. This music. F to change your perspective. Hello, Stanley. How are you? Wow, that's very old school. Change your perception. Change your reality. Puppies! What is even happening? Change yourself? Oh, I became a robot person. He's beautiful. I love it.
Stanley? Stanley? Stanley! Oh good, you're awake. It seems you had sort of dozed off there, drifting away into dreamland.
Took some drugs, more like.
Because this hole is just so darn fascinating that I want you to be wide awake for every second of it. You don't want to miss a single moment. So how about if I just pop in from time to time and wake you up to keep you really truly focused on the hole? From the looks of things, you and I will have many, many years here in this hole, and I'm looking forward to all of them. Stay alert, Stanley. I'll be back. Toodle-pip.
Doodle-pip. Okay. I'm not going to stay in here for much longer. There is more music, though. Oh, okay. Natural ending. Sometimes I can't quite judge if it's an ending or not.
Here we are. Go on. Try out some of the new features.
Right, we've done those features. No screenshots. What is this?
Okay, I'll be honest, I haven't yet decided on this one. I think that in the new version, the office could use a bit of decoration, like balloons. But I'm undecided on Get Well Someday and Happy 12th Birthday. Which would you go with?
Get well someday or happy 12th birthday stepniece. They're both pretty weird. I guess this one?
You know, sometimes when you solicit another person's opinion, it makes you realize that you knew which one you actually really wanted all along. Get well someday.
Of course.
It is.
Fine. You do you, narrator.
Or actually, maybe I should have gone with... No, I've made my decision. We're moving on.
We've done the infinite hole. That achievement thing doesn't work. Collectibles we've got. So I guess it's just the exit, right? Wait, hang on. Let me just check in here. The baby's all grown up. Oh, we did the... Yeah. Off to the exit.
Oh, goodness, Stanley, this is fairly awkward. I hate to do this, but before you leave, you really should go to the bucket exhibit. You see, there's a surprise I was going to spring on you later, and it involves the bucket. And I really do hate to break the illusion, but it's important that you go see the bucket, okay? All right, I'll get out of your hair now.
Very well. Where is this bucket? I see. Stanley Parable 2 Reassurance Bucket. How did I... Oh, hang on, merch. Well, maybe grab some merch in a sec.
A common complaint of the Stanley Parable was that it was confusing and paradoxical, that it engendered a chaotic sense of reckless despair in those who played it. Well, I am happy to say that after much consideration, I've engineered a clever solution to this fundamental problem with the game. It's the Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket. You see, Stanley, anytime you're holding the bucket, a sense of calm and ease will fill your mind and your heart. It's true. As long as you hold on to the bucket, the many disorienting contradictions of the Stanley Parable will feel perfectly normal and perhaps even comforting. You may even come to long for the gentle embrace of jarring cognitive dissonance while the bucket is in your arms. And to be honest, it's a much more convenient solution for me than actually redesigning the game to be less uncomfortable. Can you imagine what a pain in the ass that would be? Yes, the bucket is the perfect solution. Come on, give it a try.
Give it a whirl.
Can you feel it? The glow of comfort, even in the face of
Crushing despair
must already be sweeping through your body.
because of a bucket.
Can I say that I do believe the bucket lends you an air of charisma as well?
Ooh.
I think that just holding it
Yes.
has made you the slightest bit more attractive as a person.
I think you're
The
right.
benefits of the bucket seem to go on and on, don't they?
Wonderful.
And more await you in the Stanley Parable 2.
Okay.
Does anyone give out awards for most enjoyable bucket in a video game? That really should be an award if it isn't already.
I don't think you would win, narrator, because in Skyrim, you can put the bucket over, if I remember correctly, you can put the bucket over people's heads and then pickpocket them. And this is just a bucket, telekinetically or telepathically, yeah, telekinetically floating in front of me. What's this? Nothing. You look like a sinister folk. Oh, it's Stanley. No screenshots, no screenshots. Okay.
So, Stanley, what do you think? Do you like all of the new features? Yes, I know it's not exactly clear yet how exactly these features will come together as one single coherent video game, but I can feel it in my soul. It's going to work. There's definitely a good game in there somewhere. Say, let's do an experiment. I'll arrange these new features together, and we'll see whether or not it coheres into a meaningful gameplay experience. Okay. Are you ready? Here it is. I give you
The Stanley Parable 2.
Well, I mean, there's potential here, right? It's...
To be fair, that's literally this game.
Hold on. Let me do a different arrangement. Okay, yes. Yes, this is much better. I feel good about this. Here we go. Version 2. Who am I kidding, Stanley? This isn't a coherent video game at all. It's a lot of gags. And I do very much enjoy creating gags, but they don't add up to anything. I wanted more than anything to create a sequel that would capture all the magic of the first game. I wanted fans to love it. No matter how good these gags are, they won't stand on their own. They would need the structure and the gameplay of the original. Wait, maybe that's it. I can take the original Stanley Parable and simply, well, insert a few of my new features into it. Tastefully, of course.
Tastefully, yes.
With
Yes.
care for the vision and integrity of the original game. Would it possibly work? I suppose it could. But it would need a really, really tremendous title screen. A title screen that says with bold and uncompromising conviction, "This is the Stanley Parable 2. Let me see if I can whip something up. All right, perfect. Go ahead. Take a look.
Take a look, take a look. Oh. Ah! That's cool. Begin the video game. The Stanley Parable.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy.
Stanley was happy.
And then one day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget.
What?
He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he
Oh yeah, I
realized
remember.
that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened. This complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office. All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Oh, okay, they've added that in. The bucket!
Stanley picked up the bucket.
I love it. I love the bucket. You and me, bucket. You and me.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Yes, we did, didn't we? Yes.
Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers.
It's true. It's true. Broom closet. Bucket! I found your home.
Stanley, can you feel it? The broom closet. It wants the bucket. You can feel that, can't you? The aura of jealousy?
No.
It's as clear as day. This broom closet believes it deserves the bucket. I can really feel it now. It's a bucket. It belongs in a broom closet. That's what the broom closet is trying to say here. It's supposed to go with the other cleaning supplies. Good for you, Stanley. Don't give in.
Don't hand over the bucket.
I know how hard it must be, given the pressure that the broom closet is putting on your shoulders right now. But you have to be strong.
Oh, I thought that was a
This is your
collectible.
bucket. This is your companion and lifelong friend. You can't hand it over. Oh no. We're getting into name-calling now, it seems. Is this how low the broom closet has sunk, that it has to resort to this stream of petty insults simply in order to get you to hand over the bucket? Stanley, I never liked this broom closet for a variety of reasons, but even this is worse than I had imagined. And wait, now the broom closet has the gall to imply that you and the bucket are not truly deep and lasting friends?
Liar!
That your relationship is purely superficial and convenient? That your life is so banal and meaningless that you'd feel the same sort of kinship towards any inanimate object which happened to lay in your path in an even partially enticing manner? Well, I never. Go on, Stanley. Lay into it. Really tell the broom closet off for its demeaning comments. Expand on the wide variety of experiences you and the bucket have shared together. Go through each of them point by point. Share your journal entries detailing the rich emotional landscape of your feelings for the bucket as they have changed and evolved over the years. Let him have it.
We're friends, the bucket and I.
Okay, I've got you
That'll
something
do.
which I think will help settle this debate once and for all. Here we go.
Perfect.
There. Now it's settled.
Perfect.
No more debate, no more discussion. Take a hike, broom closet.
Property of
Meandering
Stanley.
Philosophical diatribes about the nature of cleaning supplies and their relationship to broom closets in the natural order of things.
Okay.
All right, I've got a second sticker back here, and I'm going to slap it on as well because I think it's appropriate. You see? I feel
Wait, how is that
it
sticker
works
underneath?
Because the sticker is also a bucket. That way, if you're ever unsure whether the thing you're holding is a bucket or not, you can look down at this sticker and say to yourself, ah, it's a bucket.
It's a
There really
bucket.
is a wide variety of applications for this sticker. You know what? I could take the name-calling and the dismissal of your kinship with the bucket, but now the broom closet is just giving us the silent treatment. And to be honest, I'm sick of the pettiness on display. You can stay here all you like, but I've had it with this impetulant room of cleaning supplies. Easily the most childish such room I've ever been in. I'll see you outside, and we can get on with the story about you and your bucket.
Do you reckon I should stay in here a bit longer, Bucket? Just chill out?
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Oh, let's see if this... Oh.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the... But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him?
My guiding light.
The most logical
The bucket. Perfect.
You found one of them. One of the miniature Stanley figurines. Remember, no reward for collecting all of these, only the intrinsic pleasure of a job well done. You can't buy that sort of happiness, Stanley. God knows I've tried. So, I implore you to savor each and every moment you come across one of these beautiful figurines.
And indeed I shall.
The elevator raced downward, plummeting towards an unknown fate. It would be all Stanley could do to keep himself together, if not for the bucket. Soothing him, comforting him, reassuring that in this darkest moment of uncertainty, he would be all right. The bucket is here for you, Stanley. Everything will be fine.
Come on, Mr. Bucket. Let's go.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves. The monitors jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock.
I almost dropped the bucket. No!
Monitored like guinea pigs.
I would never drop the bucket.
The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears.
Oh no,
Stanley
bucket.
cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine.
Don't be sad, Mr. Bucket.
Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well? Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place? These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind.
Oh my goodness. What did they do to you, Bucket?
He screamed into the bucket. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control. Never! He squeezed the bucket tighter. His one friend in the entire world. At this point, he could trust no one except for the bucket. But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he and the bucket would dismantle the controls for good. Two best friends, Stanley and the bucket, up against the world.
They high-fived in a really cool way.
In a really
Bucket made
cool
a sassy
way.
comment about taking down the system. Stanley and the bucket waited in blackness. Was it over? Yes, they had done it. Stanley and the bucket had defeated their greatest and darkest enemy, freed themselves from the tyrannical grip of the evil mind control machine. Freedom was now mere moments away. Excitedly, the two of them began to discuss the kind of life they wanted to live once they stepped through this massive door. The bucket wanted to learn to roller skate. Stanley wanted to sneeze in every country on Earth. Both of them wanted to begin watching a movie, any movie, but then stop it halfway through and begin watching it in reverse from the end. True, it was a simple life they envisioned, but it was one they'd lived together, with one another to lean on, to trust, to support, and to...
No!
What? Wait. What was
Such
happening?
happiness.
Why had the door stopped? Was Stanley and the bucket not about to be freed? An unbearable silence filled the room, lingering in uncertainty, until finally the truth hit Stanley square in the face. This building did not want the bucket to leave. Even
Mom.
the facility itself recognized the incredible calming presence of the bucket, needed the soothing warmth of the bucket, would go to any lengths not to part with the bucket. No, no, no. Stanley can't leave this place. Not while he has such a precious bucket in his arms. Not while this building has anything to say about it. Stanley realized he would never again leave this very room. But at least he has the bucket. To be trapped eternally in darkness isn't really so bad, Stanley thought to himself. As long as I have my bucket with me, right? I'll be okay, won't I? Stanley gulped. Very soon now, he was about to find out.
That was the saddest ending. Let's grab the bucket.
Just a step through this
Oh.
door, Stanley thought to himself. That's all I need. If I can make it through this door, I can make it through them all.
Ah, bucket.
Stanley lifted the bucket into his arms, and a wave of comfort rushed over him. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Trust the completionist instinct. How can we find them all? Small floating objects have appeared across the office. We have synergized our resources to ensure their retrieval. There are many questions. There was no memo from management. The agenda. We can do it. There's one in a red room and one in a blue room, it says. Good luck. Thank you. I don't really want to do the broom closet again.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him?
Yes.
This is certainly the most logical explanation.
It's the only explanation. Oh man, the bucket's going to be so upset with me.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility.
The bucket's going to
The
be
lights
pissed.
rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves. The monitors jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs. The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it
Come on.
nearly burst into tears as Stanley
Don't cry,
held it
Bucket.
gently,
You don't need to be
reassuring it
sad.
that everything would be fine. Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well?
Most
Had the
certainly.
bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place? These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind.
Feeble mind.
No! He screamed into the bucket. He
Couldn't accept it.
His own life in someone else's control. Never!
We're
He
going to
squeezed
try,
the
Bucket.
tighter.
We
His
will
one
use the
friend in
machine
entire
if we
world.
can.
At this point, he could trust no one except for the bucket.
The bucket.
But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy, or sad, or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this...
On.
But at the last second, the bucket jumped in and pressed the button to turn on the controls. Stanley gasped in horror. Had this been the bucket's plan all along? To take over the machine and claim the power for itself? How could the bucket have betrayed him like this? Stanley was prepared to throw the bucket away in disgust when suddenly an image appeared upon the enormous screen. Birds.
Seagulls.
Silly birds. The control buttons became active again. Stanley flipped through one video of silly birds after another, and then it dawned on him. This wasn't a mind control facility at all. It was a facility for monitoring and surveilling silly birds all over the world. The mind controls were only a facade to disguise its true intentions.
What a wonderful ending.
Had the bucket known this all along? Stanley marveled at the metal genius in his hands, the one who had pointed him towards this incredible discovery. Stanley and the bucket never found freedom because they spent the rest of their lives here in this place, living through live streams of the silliest birds imaginable. Of all the possible paths his life could have taken, this one
Was surely the best.
And Stanley was happy.
Good. Just watch flamingos for eternity.
All of his co-workers were
Bucket.
What could it mean? Stanley decided
Meeting
to go
today
to
in the meeting room.
Perhaps he had simply missed him. The confusion and the chaos all seemed to melt away as Stanley embraced the bucket. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
There will be a reward for finding them all. Stop kidding yourself. I want them so much. I want to go home. There will be cleaning of this required. That's funny. Gotta collect them all. We just need to go up
Stanley
one
and
more
the bucket
time
walked upstairs
because
to
we're
the
going to go in.
boss's office.
We're going to go down the escape, and then we need to go downstairs, and then after that we need to turn
Stepping
right.
into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire, if not for this. But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him?
The bucket
Yes,
knows all.
This is certainly the most logical explanation. Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door
Nope.
that read Mind Control. Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley and the bucket would both meet a violent death.
Liar!
The door behind them was not shut. Stanley and the bucket still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track.
But we chose not
At
to.
this point, Stanley and the bucket were knowingly walking forward into a very painful death for each of them.
Come on, bucket. Into the fires of hell.
As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley and the bucket inched closer to their demise, Stanley reflected on how meaningless the bucket's warmth and comfort had turned.
Meaningless.
To be sure, it puts the mind and the soul at ease to embrace the bucket, but what use is a sense of ease when you're about to be crushed to death? This is what Stanley thought to himself, and he sort of kicked himself for wasting so much time carrying a bucket everywhere. Farewell, Stanley.
"Farewell, Stanley," cried the narrator, as Stanley and the bucket were led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, the bucket's life came to an end, as it was crushed violently to death.
I'm so sorry, bucket. I'm sorry.
It was a shame, the death of such a magnificent bucket. It's true that all buckets are radiant in their own way, but this one stood above the rest. It was a glorious bucket to behold.
A glorious bucket. Welcome you to the grand exhibit. Standing on the precipice of knowledge. Oh, bucket. My bucket.
Can you see how arrogant it was for Stanley to take a bucket like this and to claim it for his own? Can you see the hubris that blinded him? Can you see that the bucket is far more noble than Stanley will ever be in his short life?
The photographer experienced catatonic shock for several weeks as a result of the euphoria. Lol. That is pretty amusing. Oh, bucket. A wooden bucket. Inferno bucket. Nations to war with one another for control of it. Billions died, and yet in spite of it all, the simple fact remained: no one can control a bucket. Can I pick this? No. Cave drawings of a bucket. Allowing itself to be used, having judged humanity worthy of its treasure.
No man can own a bucket, and certainly not a bucket as dazzling to behold as this one. It is man who should kneel before the bucket.
The hanging bucket is for our own good. The hanging bucket. Can I? Please don't die, 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 please don't. What's happening?
But there is something we can do. Something we can do together, you and I, that will right this terrible wrong. Let Stanley die. Let him be crushed by the machine. Don't reset the game. Don't give him another opportunity to run off with another beautiful bucket. We can save the world's buckets from their treatment as tools and implements if only we let Stanley die together. The bucket shall take its place as ruler, as leader, as commander of a new world. A
Yes!
New vision.
Die! Oh wait, but the bucket died too. Shit. It doesn't quite work. Ooh.
Warmth spread through Stanley's arms.
Yes.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
He did indeed. Everyone needs a bucket. And this time,
Coming to a
downstairs.
staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Ooh.
Another miniature Stanley figurine. This, you know, there really must be a snappier name for these things. What about mini-stands? Stanley figs? Or what about Stanlerines? Yes, I think I like that. Another Stanlerine under your belt.
It's perfect. I love it.
But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss, admitting he had left his post during work hours. He might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy. And then, something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. He looked down at the bucket in his arms. Am I crazy? He asked the bucket. The bucket returned his gaze, but said nothing at all. That's strange, Stanley thought. Usually the bucket is a source of guidance and wisdom for me in difficult times such as these. He held the bucket close, yet felt none of its familiar reassurance and comfort. And that's when Stanley realized, this isn't my bucket. It's just a normal, everyday bucket.
Oh my God.
Perhaps. How did I end up with someone else's bucket? This is all terribly wrong. Surely no good would come from this. Who knows what sorts of
dropped the
bizarre
bucket.
hallucinations Stanley might experience without the psychologically grounding presence of his bucket. And indeed, now he noticed that the rooms were repeating, which was, of course, very odd. And now he felt himself floating off the ground. Oh, gracious, he exclaimed. Without my bucket, I've gone truly mad. Where is it? I must find it. Far off in the distance now, he heard it, calling to him. Stanley!
Stanley, it's me, the bucket.
The bucket! Could it truly be? He rushed forward from room to room, passing by one bucket after the next. None of them were his. None of them were his special bucket. Come to me, Stanley. Find me. He had to find the bucket. He had to return to his old friend. It was the only way to truly restore his sanity. And then suddenly, he froze dead in his tracks. He knew where the voice of the bucket had been coming from. The real bucket.
In his head, yep.
Inside of him all along.
It was inside of him all
It was
along.
incredibly painful. Stanley doubled over in agony and blacked out.
No! Stanley, come to
This is the
me!
story of a woman named Mariella.
Mariella.
Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, picked up her bucket of comfort and security, and walked to her place of work. But on this
She has a
day,
bucket
her walk
too,
was
I love it.
interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town,
He didn't have a
talking and
bucket.
screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. Right away, she knew what the problem was. This man
Had no bucket, yep.
of course, he'd gone mad, ranting and raving about a narrator describing all of his actions and how everything is predetermined and free will is an illusion and it's all just a video game. It could all have been prevented if only he'd taken his bucket with him. Perhaps he didn't even realize he'd forgotten his bucket at home in the first place. How cruel the world can be, Mariella thought, and she hugged her own bucket even tighter. But of course, she had no time for this. There were a myriad of confusing problems she would soon have to confront at work, for which her bucket would provide absolute guidance and total clarity on everything. Heck yes, she thought to herself, my life kicks ass. And she backflipped all the way to work.
She backflipped all the way to work. Beautiful. With her bucket in tow.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room.
Come on,
Stanley
bucket.
picked up the bucket and smiled. He'd never be alone again, not truly alone.
Never.
Not with the bucket around.
We
Stanley clutched
can
the
go
bucket
right now.
tightly to his chest. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? Yes, Stanley thought to himself. Yes, perhaps it truly was. How insightful the bucket turned out to be.
How insightful. What an intelligent bucket.
Truly, no.
No!
Never mind.
Oh, he was going to say some
Bucket
more.
was wrong.
Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No, he didn't. Wait a second. There's a few options. We'll go left next. Actually, we'll go left now. We'll go forward next.
And so the two of them detoured through the maintenance section and walked straight ahead to the opposite door.
No, we didn't. You're a liar, narrator.
Oh, good, Stanley. I'm glad you found your way here. I knew you'd find this place eventually.
We care about you, Stanley.
You see, your friends and I are concerned for you, Stanley. We've come together here because we care about you very much. It's this bucket
Oh,
you're
there it
carrying
is.
around everywhere. The bucket isn't even from the original Stanley Parable. It's just sequel content. We're the ones that matter, Stanley. Classic characters from the first game, like the Adventure Line and the Broom Closet. Because that's what fans want from a sequel. They want more of their favorite jokes, not this bucket that they've never seen before. Yes, I know I'm the one who gave you the bucket, but you're spending too much time with it. Don't you want another story involving the Adventure Line? We could make the
And
Adventure
the
Line go
bucket.
somewhere new. Yes, yes, that's what the fans want. Let's do it.
Yes, and we'll keep the bucket. Right, let's see where this goes.
Whee! Look at that bucket line. Who knows where it'll go off
It's
to
beautiful.
next? Oh, and it played some silly music as well.
Ba, 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 ba.
Now this is what the Stanley Parable is all about. Don't you remember all those great jokes from the original dialogue?
Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers.
It's for drugs.
It's as classic now as it was back then. Let's do it for the fans, Stanley. Let's give them more content exactly like this. But if we want to do that, you're going to have to give something up.
No. I love the bucket.
Don't you get it, Stanley? We need to get rid of the bucket. That's why I'm very proud to introduce a brand new character. This is the Bucket Destroyer.
Oh no!
I think it'll make a wonderful new addition to the rich lore of the Stanley Parable. True, it also was not in the original game, but it's such a well-fleshed-out character with so much personality that to me it already feels as though it's been part of the cast all along. Don't you agree?
I don't want to kill the bucket.
Can you guess what the Bucket Destroyer does?
Yes.
Surely you don't need me to spell it out for you.
No.
Go ahead now, Stanley. Say goodbye to the bucket, and then pop it into the machine when you're ready.
I can't.
Now listen to me.
Goodbye, bucket.
It's crucial that you give it the bucket. I don't know what the Bucket Destroyer will do if it can't destroy your bucket. Destroying buckets is all it knows. That is its singular personality trait. Sure, I can hear you saying, how does a character with only one personality trait deserve to join the pantheon of beloved Stanley Parable characters? Well, you see,
Run.
if you were to really explore the Bucket Destroyer, you would see that its desire to crush buckets is so densely loaded with complexity and nuance that it's really like 10 personality traits. What other object in this game can you even say that about? The Broom Closet? Certainly not. I wonder what sort of Bucket Destroyer merchandise the fans will be clamoring for after this. Okay, the Bucket Destroyer is getting very upset now. You'll have to hurry and feed it. We can't get back to the classic Stanley Parable characters like the Adventure Line or the Bucket Destroyer until you crush that damn bucket. Quickly now, the fans are waiting. Do it, the fans, Stanley. Give the fans what they want. Hurry and...
This is awkward.
The Bucket Destroyer, my prized creation. You had so much potential. We were going to do such marvelous things with you, tell such Spellbinding stories about you, all of it squandered now. Goodbye, new friend. For the moment in time that you were here, you were magnificent.
Can't believe I almost killed the bucket. The narrator. You just can't trust him. He tries to trick you, you see.
Wait, Stanley thought to himself. Am I sure that the orders stopped coming in? How is that possible? They never stopped. Surely I was mistaken. No, the orders were still missing. For now.
Interesting.
The good old bucket.
Yes.
Stanley and the bucket. Off on another thrilling adventure together.
Yes.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was not the correct way to the meeting.
Oh, it is, it is.
Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room.
Go somewhere else.
The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift. Good,
Said the bucket.
now ride the lift all the way to the top.
Ooh, a
There's
collectible.
something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
In here.
Said the bucket.
Go into this dark room over here.
Stanley once again obeyed blindly.
The dark room over here. Okay. Ooh,
Now pick up the phone.
said the bucket.
Pick up.
This is the sad story of a man named Stanley and his bucket. Once upon a time, I gave Stanley a bucket because I thought he was lonely and could use a friend. And then, very distressingly, he began to believe the bucket could speak to him.
Oh, bucket. Hello, Stanley. It's me, your bucket. Press I to take me to work with you.
The Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket was merely meant to provide the comforting glow of companionship. It doesn't literally talk and give you orders. Whatever Stanley is hearing the bucket say to him is just in his head.
Press R to take me back home with you.
Lately, I've been concerned about him. Wouldn't you be concerned as well? To see him delusional like this, obsessing over an inanimate metal object? I want to say something to him, but I don't know how I can convince him. I don't know if he'll listen to me.
Of course I won't. Go back to work.
Oh, I'll try anyway.
Bucket?
Stanley, can you hear me? Listen to me. It's just a bucket. It can't think. It can't talk.
Liar!
All it will ever truly do for you is effectively transfer a liquid from one location to a different location.
That's all it needs to do.
It doesn't do
I love
anything
it.
else.
Don't listen to the loud man.
You see, he's not listening. He's still taking orders from the bucket. You know, once upon a time it was me he took orders from. Me he trusted and listened to. Now all he cares about is this awful bucket. This stupid hunk of metal.
Ignore anyone in your life except for me. Wow, jeez.
It's sad. I suppose he doesn't need me anymore. From now on, he's just going to cling to this bucket, this cold, empty bucket, this sort of shiny bucket. Well, I'll give it this. The bucket does have a nice shine to it.
Not really. Yeah.
Yes, I suppose on closer inspection that it doesn't quite look like your average hardware store bucket. It's just a little more, what am I trying to say? Sturdier, more capable of transporting liquid. Like it would be better at moving an amount of water from one room to another.
Relive this same day with me over and over. B.
Oh my God, what am I saying? Better at carrying water from room to room. It's a bucket. It's literally just a bucket. Why do I feel some need to point out the ways in which it's so much more than just a regular bucket? Oh no, I'm having feelings for the bucket.
Oh no.
No. What's going on? Why do I want to be with the bucket?
Not like
Hear
this.
what the bucket has to say. Do anything it asks. What's wrong with me? I don't understand. Perhaps if I had the bucket, this would be less confusing. Yes, the bucket could tell me what to do in this troublesome situation. Stanley, give me the bucket.
No.
Give it to me. Give me the bucket, Stanley. I need it. Give it to me now. Give it or I'll...
Close your eyes. Go back to work, Stanley. Oh my God. That ending.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room.
Come on, Bucket.
Where are we going today? The bucket asked. Stanley just smiled. Anywhere they went together would be perfectly fine with him.
Yes.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
Oh, I did this one already. Damn.
Good.
I took a wrong turn.
Bucket.
Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
We've already done this. Begin game again.
How long was I sitting there? Stanley wondered to himself. Minutes? Days? Centuries?
A good bucket, a strong bucket, a
Humble
a
bucket.
committed bucket, a bucket of culture and distinction.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his... This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? Yes, Stanley thought to himself. Yes, perhaps it truly was. How insightful the bucket turned out to be.
Come on, narrator.
Truly, being here with the bucket was a grand adventure.
Yes.
Stanley reflected on all they'd been through together. First, walking through the door on the right. Then walking to the lounge. Then arriving at the lounge. What a thrilling journey the bucket had inspired. No, never mind. The bucket was wrong.
The
Stanley
bucket
took
is
the door
never
on his
wrong.
left to go back to the meeting room. And so the two of them detoured through the maintenance section
We went that
and went
way.
straight ahead to the opposite door.
I think that's it. It feels like we're done.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Yes.
Okay, I'm going back to the name of these little Stanley figurines, and now I'm torn between Stanlerines and Figlies.
Figlies.
What name better encapsulates the intrinsic sense of happiness that you get from seeing a small number in the corner of your screen go up by 1? Let me sit on it. I'm sure it will come to me.
Cool. Oh wait, what if I close this door? Silly me. What a wonderful day to just bucket. I don't get the point in that elevator at all.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire if not for the soothing presence of the bucket. Even now, in his darkest of hours, did the bucket's warmth... But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him?
It was.
Yes. This is certainly the most logical explanation.
I think I may have got all the endings. I'm trying to think which ways we haven't gone. Because
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility.
we've done both of those, so we can't go that way. Escape. I think maybe...
This passageway had the word escape written on it.
Maybe this way.
The truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley and the bucket would both meet a violent death. The door behind them was not shut. Stanley and the bucket still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track. At this point, Stanley and the bucket
we
were
are on
knowingly
track.
walking forward into a very painful death for each of them.
Bloop.
As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley and the bucket inched closer to their demise, Stanley reflected on how meaningless the bucket's warmth and comfort had turned out to be. To be sure, it puts the mind and the soul at ease to embrace the bucket, but what use is a sense of ease when you're about to be crushed to death? This is what Stanley thought to himself, and he sort of kicked himself for wasting so much time carrying a bucket everywhere. Farewell, Stanley.
Fairly well. Farewell, Stanley,
cried the narrator, as Stanley
cried
and the
the
bucket
narrator.
led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, the bucket's life came to an end, as it was crushed violently to death.
Right, let's see. There might be...
It was a shame, the death of such a magnificent bucket.
Yes,
It's true that
there
all
might be one in
buckets are
here.
radiant in their own
Alternate
way,
ending.
But this one stood above the rest. It was a glorious bucket to behold.
Glorious bucket. Full of glory.
Can you see how arrogant it was for Stanley to take a bucket like this and to claim it for his own? Can you see the hubris that blinded him? Can you see that the bucket is far more noble than
A bucket
Stanley
with two
will
handles.
ever be in his short life?
Put to death just for attempting it. A stress bucket. Presented without commentary. Oh, I guess not. I guess I accidentally got the ending here.
No man can own a bucket, and certainly not a bucket as dazzling to behold as this one. It is man who should kneel before the bucket.
You're wrong! Harry Potter?
But there is something we can do. Something we can do together, you and I, that will right this terrible wrong. Let Stanley die.
No. I will not let Stanley die.
Ah, the embrace of an old friend.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Stanley, we must move on from this broom closet, simply because I have no remaining stickers. If I did, you can guarantee we'd be in here for hours. But alas, no stickers.
Oh. Lame.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss, admitting he had left his post during work hours. He might be fined for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy. And then, something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. He looked down at the bucket in his arms. Am I crazy? He asked the bucket. The bucket returned his gaze, but said nothing at all. That's strange, Stanley thought. Usually the bucket is a source of guidance and wisdom for me in difficult times.
Oh, I've already got this ending, I think.
He held the bucket close, yet felt none of its familiar reassurance and comfort. And that's when Stanley realized, this isn't my bucket. It's just a normal, everyday bucket. Someone else's bucket, perhaps. How did I end up with someone else's bucket? This is all terribly wrong. Surely no good would come from this. Who knows what sorts of bizarre hallucinations Stanley might experience without the psychologically grounding presence of his bucket. And indeed, now he noticed that the rooms were repeating, which was, of course, very odd. And now he felt himself floating off the ground. Oh, gracious, he exclaimed. Without my bucket, I've gone truly mad. Where is it? I must find it. Far off in the distance now, he heard it, calling to him.
Stanley! Stanley, it's me! The bucket!
The
Could it
bucket.
truly be? He rushed forward from room to room, passing by one bucket after the next. None of them were his. None of them were his special bucket.
Come to me, Stanley! Find me!
He had to find the bucket. He had to return to his old friend. It was the only way to truly restore his sanity. And then suddenly, he froze dead in his tracks. He knew where the voice of the bucket had been coming from. The real bucket was inside of him all along. It was incredibly painful. Stanley doubled over in agony and blacked out. This is the story of a woman named Mariella. Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, picked up her bucket of comfort and security, and walked to her place of work. But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town, talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. Right away, she knew what the problem was. This man had no bucket. Of course he'd gone mad, ranting and raving about a narrator describing all of his actions and how everything is predetermined and free will is an illusion and it's all just a video game. It could all have been prevented if only he'd taken his bucket with him. Perhaps he didn't even realize he'd forgotten his bucket at home in the first place. How cruel the world can be, Mariella thought. and she hugged her own bucket even tighter. But of course, she had no time for this. There were a myriad of confusing problems she would soon have to confront at work, for which her bucket would provide absolute guidance and total clarity on everything. Heck yes, she thought to herself, my life kicks ass. And she backflipped all the way to work.
Mobile phone.
Hello. This is a recorded message scheduled either by you or a person in your place of work. The purpose of this message is to warn you about the dangers of recorded messages. If at any time you believe you are listening to a recorded message, please terminate it immediately and cease all flow of information from the recorded message into your perceptual sphere. Thank you, and have a pleasant day.
Thank you, and have a pleasant day. Input received. I think we're close to getting another ending. Where's my bucket? Input received. Yeah, good. By the way, I'm very...
It made Stanley want to be a better man and a better co-worker. In time, perhaps, he would become both of those things.
Both indeed. I'm cheeky. I looked up... Yeah. I totally looked up an ending. How do you get up here? Yep. A secret ending.
Yes, whispered the bucket into Stanley's ear.
We've done it. We've escaped from that dull office and that pesky narrator. At last, out here in the white void, we are alone. Now, and for the first time, I can reveal to you my true self.
The bucket began to tell Stanley of its life and its history, of the countless wars it witnessed, desecrating the land and lives of untold numbers of innocent humans, and the bucket's own complicity therein, of sadness and regret, and the many years it spent dwelling on the actions it might have taken to curb the madness and the decay, if only it had been stronger, of hope and redemption, and its crusade to uplift the stock of life for the common man, to manifest justice where none existed, and the bittersweet reality of time, to see one's dreams and wishes met halfway, meted out in parcels like charity, and abandoned as soon as the warm glow of inspiration begins to dim. The opportunities to do so much more. There was so much it could have done, perhaps, the bucket wondered to itself. Perhaps, if it had seen its own darkness with a clearer perception. This was way too much for Stanley.
What are you talking about?
He screamed.
You're a bucket!
To this, the bucket furrowed its brow.
No,
Said the bucket.
not since the evil wizard Gambhorata
Gambhorata.
in his machinations as payback for the sacred amulet I stole from his treasured vaults. I was young back then and could not conceive the ramifications of... No!
Stanley screamed even louder this time.
This is stupid! You are a bucket! This is so stupid! Why are we even doing this?
As Stanley screamed and screamed and screamed, the bucket revealed its true form, transforming into a mighty beast of untold power, its fangs glistening like...
Oh my god.
My God, Stanley, you did it. You saved us from the bucket. Thank God you already had all 12 emblems of sages and knew the incantations to
12.
summon their true power. Otherwise, we would have easily been overwhelmed by the bucket's power. I'm speechless. You've demonstrated such bravery here today.
Such
Come,
bravery,
let's
Stanley.
restart the game, and we'll agree to never again go trifling with this bucket, nor the dark magic cast away inside of it.
I love it. However, we will definitely... Oh. Is that an ending? Welcome, Stanley, to heaven. Do I have to just... Oh, this is gonna suck. I think I just have to switch all of these off. No, they just turn straight back on. I don't understand. I can't even reach those ones up there. What is this? Heaven's lame. I hate it. Mom. Let me just check, because I don't want to leave here if there's something I actually have to do. Stanley Parable Heaven. Oh, it is an ending. Okay, cool. I think the last ending we have to do is the collectibles. You can only exit this ending by resetting the game on your own. Okay, cool. One of the few endings where the narrator doesn't react. Okay, sick. Cool. Stanley Parable collectibles locations, because I'm pretty sure
How wonderful.
the last ending is the
Stanley wasn't
collectibles.
alone. Finally. This is
I know where one of them is.
Not everyone is so lucky to have a bucket, but Stanley is a very
I think I know where it is.
lucky indeed.
Let me think.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest.
It's this
and entered
way.
the door. This was not the correct way to the meeting room. But
We're not
Stanley
going
had
to the
felt
meeting
bucket
room.
calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be.
We're going
And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No,
here,
never mind. The bucket was wrong.
and there should be a
Stanley took the door on
collectible,
his left
and we'll
to
use
go
this
back to the meeting room.
move. There should be a collectible
said
down
the
here.
bucket.
Don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else.
Yes.
The cargo lift, yes.
Perfect.
Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
You're getting
Perfect.
close now,
We just
Stanley.
have one more
You've
to get.
nearly gotten all of the Figler and Marines.
Figler and Marines.
You'll collect the last one, and then the first number will equal the second number, and that will be it. We'll be different people by then. Different in the sense that we used to have none of them.
And
Now
there we have all
them
of them.
You can't go back to when you had no Figler and Marines. None of us can.
No. It's actually impossible. Right, let's go this way. Imagine if the game was kind and it gave us one in here. Was that an... No. It's not an ending. Look at all these cassettes. Narrator dialogue cassettes. It's where the narrator lives.
Okay, this is day number 295. Tape number... I don't even know. I've lost track. Nothing feels real anymore. The longer I study this bucket, the less sense anything makes. The sheer euphoria I feel every time I pick it up. No matter how many times I've done it, it's always the same feeling. And the emptiness in my chest when I set it down. It doesn't make sense. There's no explanation for it. I still haven't figured out why I see the world so differently when this bucket is in my arms. Why everything feels so... What do I do with this treasure? I can monetize it. Yes. It's unthinkable the amounts of money people will pay for even just an hour with the bucket.
An hour with the bucket.
This is my golden ticket. But I have to be careful, because as soon as this gets out, there's going to be a target on my back. Even now, I don't know who might be trying to get... What's that? Who's there?
The game just suddenly got super spooky because it's so late and it's pitch black outside.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed
See you in a
the memo.
second, bucket. I know where I need to be, and I can't take you with me.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew
No,
it
but we're not
perfectly well.
going to the meeting room,
Perhaps he wanted
sir.
to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
Nope.
It was okay.
La 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 la.
But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
No, he didn't. Right.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't 5
So I need
years
to drop
ago.
off of this.
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps
And
we've
go in
gotten
there.
off on the wrong foot
think.
here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone
How do I
else
drop
can
off?
be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone
1,
you've
2,
been
3.
neglecting,
Actually, we'll drop off this side.
someone you've forgotten about. Please,
Or
stop
here.
trying to make everyone...
Perfect.
Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others?
And
Are you
the
that
collectible-
convinced that I want something bad to happen to you?
Yes.
Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance.
No. Wait, what does it say? Danger everywhere. Yes. Maybe I should have brought the bucket. Ah,
Now
here we go.
listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked
Yay.
through the red.
And there it is, the last Stiggly Wiggly.
Stiggly Wiggly.
Stanley,
That's a good name.
This is a real accomplishment. This is doing something just for the sake of doing it. Where so many people expect to be rewarded for the most trivial achievements, you've insisted that a job well done is its own reward. I would tell you that I'm proud of you for collecting them all, but that would be like a reward, and we can't have that.
I'm not even
Instead,
proud
I
of
just
you.
say, it's done. We're all done here. And now we can go to whatever the hell you were doing before you hunted for figurines.
I feel empty now. So, let's go the red way
Oh,
first.
thank God you are willing to listen to me. Do you see that I really have wanted you to be happy all this time? The problem is all these choices. The two of us always trying to get somewhere that isn't here. Running and running and running, just the way you're doing right now. Don't you see that it's killing us, Stanley? I wanted to stop. We would both be so much happier if we just stopped. And I think I have a solution. Here, let me show you.
Piss off, ghost. Oh, wait. Okay. An ending?
What do we want? What are we looking for? Here. Yes.
It's beautiful.
Oh, it's beautiful, isn't it? If we just stay right here, right in this moment with this place, Stanley, I think I feel happy. I actually feel happy.
Kind of want to go out there, but let's just wait and see if they connect. It's making me feel like I've been drugged. Oh, wow.
No, wait. Where are you going?
I'm sorry, I'm sorry. He's so upset. I feel happy, Stanley.
Oh, no. Stay away from those stairs. If you hurt yourself, if you die, the game will reset. We'll lose all of this.
I'm sorry. We must.
Please, no, Stanley, let me stay here.
Don't take this from me. Oh,
Please,
what?
Stanley, think about
It's
what
a suicide. Oh my god, this is so dark. Okay.
No! Oh, thank God.
Again.
You had me worried there for a moment. No. No, no, what are you doing, Stanley? Please, I'm asking you not to take this away from me. I can't go back to what I was before.
I must.
If you die, we'll both go back. Why are you doing this?
Let's go higher. Oh, I can't. Oh, I can't climb it.
Stanley, let's go back to the other room.
Can you do that for me? No.
My God. Is this really how much you dislike my game? That you'll throw yourself from this platform over and over to be rid of it? You are literally willing to kill yourself to keep me from being happy. Am I reading the situation correctly?
Yes.
Or maybe you're just getting a kick out of it.
I don't know anymore.
I just wanted us to get along. But I guess that was too much to ask. It looks like you wanted to make a choice after all. Well, this one is yours.
I guess this will be my actual death. It'll kill me now. Goodbye, Woody.
Is it over? It's going to restart, isn't it? I'm going back.
I'm going back. Okay. I want to do the blue door, and then I want to do it with the bucket. See what happens. Oh my God.
I'm sorry, but I have to put a pause on things. It's those figurines. Those figglers. I haven't stopped thinking about them since you nabbed every last one. Wasn't it just the most intrinsically fulfilling moment of your entire life? Didn't it fill you to the brim with inner richness? Yes, I know we're supposed to be telling a story, but won't you please indulge me with one more trip back to the memory zone?
Okay.
I would love nothing more than to revisit the figurines.
To revisit the figurines one more time. What an idiot. I love it.
Here's where it all began. The first collectible. Back then we had no idea of how many of them we'd find. Sure, it said 6 right there on the screen, but how could we know for certain? We were so innocent. We'll never be like that again, Stanley.
Never. 7? Okay.
And here was the second Stanley. You found this one all on your own, just by poking around behind the boss's office. You did that, Stanley.
I
I'll be
remember.
honest. Back then, I had no faith in you to find any of them, let alone 6. But you continue to surprise me in all sorts of mundane, unremarkable ways.
Mundane, unremarkable ways. What a dick.
Okay, let's do a little quiz.
Bathroom
Which
first.
of these
Oh,
rooms was the room you found your 3rd mini stand? Can you remember?
under the stairs. Under the yeah, under the stairs.
Hey, that's exactly right. It was here, under the stairs. It was the 3rd one. You picked it up, and then after that, you had 3 of them.
I remember,
I'm glad
I remember.
These moments are so
Oh,
crystal clear
okay.
in your memory, but I shouldn't be surprised. After all, science tells us that it's impossible to forget your 3rd time doing anything.
Is it? That can't be true. Otherwise,
Let's
dementia
see,
wouldn't...
What came next? Oh yes, we found a Figley in this pink room.
No, we didn't.
Oh, well, I can't actually say I remember being in this room, but it's here in the memory zone, so it must have happened.
No. You're a liar.
This was the 5th mini stand, and this one was really something special. It was in the warehouse. I remember it so clearly. In fact, because this one is particularly special to me, I made a little video to commemorate it.
Video? Oh, come on.
Enjoy.
You found it near the cargo lift. Thanks for watching. Starring Stanley.
Takes you back, doesn't it? I spent a lot of time making that video, but it was 8 minutes I wouldn't have spent on anything else.
8 minutes of glorious content. So I guess just in here now. Oh. Hello?
And then, Stanley, then we came to the last collectible, the final figurine, right here by the red and blue doors. This memory is the most distinct and clear in my mind, perhaps because it was the one that happened more recently than all the others. Who can truly say how the mind works? All I know is that this is the moment where you picked up a Figley and I thought to myself, yes, that's all of them. They're all collected.
I thought to myself, yes.
Any other. Except for the other moments picking up figurines, which it was exactly like.
True. Ah, you cheeky... So if I go in the red one... So it really didn't matter. You are in the present. Yes.
And then there was no more. Because we've caught up to the present moment. Nothing left to do but move onward into the future. Goodbye, memory zone.
Goodbye.
No, I'm not done. I'm not ready to move on. Stop the loading screen. Isn't there some way we can stay here, keep enjoying these figurines? Let's just go backwards. We'll do the memory zone again from the opposite direction. See how that feels.
See how that feels. Why would we want to do the memory zone all over again? So we came out this one.
Okay, yes, the room with the red and blue doors. I remember this. I must say, of all the figurines we looked at in our initial tour of the memory zone, this one is the most distinct and clear in my mind. Let's keep going. I want more.
I want more. Yes. If you're going to jump scare me, it's way too late at night for that. I'll wake up the whole neighborhood.
And here's where I made that video. Don't you remember the video we watched?
I remember. Oh, really?
Yes, I love that video.
I loved it.
Still don't remember the pink room, Stanley. Still no memory of this
Me
one.
neither.
Good room, though. A solid room.
With an apple.
These really were a treat to hunt down. You know, if there had been any kind of reward for finding all of these, it really would have muted the intrinsic joy of collecting them. I'm very glad we resisted the temptation. Next one.
Well, this is kind of the reward, really. Is more content, more level. Oh, the boss's bathroom. Oh, okay. So it wouldn't have let me go down there in the first place.
This was our second Figley. Don't you remember? Yes, I remember it too. The past is truly a wonderful thing.
Wonderful.
Why does anyone ever choose to leave it? Keep going. This is it. The very first one we found in the exhibit where I introduced you to the Figlarines. Oh, I want more memories, Stanley. I want to keep going. What else is there? What came before this?
The exit. Collect them all. What is happening? Collectibles. Yes, 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 yes. This is it. Oh no, the jumping circle.
Look, it's the terrible new content that we were originally sold on. I
Stupid.
remember hating it back then. But time does put a rosy filter on everything. In fact, I dare say I'm actually quite fond of it now.
Why?
The past is. I want more. More memories.
More memories. Look how fond. What is it fond? The past is.
Oh, yes. The two doors. Who could have forgotten that? A classic memory, this one.
Okay. Doesn't matter either way. Okay, good. And back to my room.
Everything else, there was your office. Is there anything else? Was there something that came before your office?
Home.
Something I feel I can remember. I can remember.
He can't remember.
Yes, I'm remembering something now. I remember before this whole story got started. Back then I was different. I used to make big decisions. I was passionate. I was skeptical. I weighed each decision with profound thoughtfulness. And then somewhere along the way, I stopped making decisions. I became lazy. And I came up with a character named Stanley to do my thinking for me. He would make the decisions. He would decide which way to go. I would cheer him on as he collected figurines for no reason. Why did I invent Stanley? Was I lonely? Yes, perhaps that's it. Perhaps I needed to imagine I had companionship. And Stanley really did make for a wonderful companion, even if he was a fiction. But I suppose it's grown old. I want to think for myself again. I want to go back to how it used to be. Yes, I can be on my own again. I can do it. I'll be stronger this time. I'll take care of myself. I don't need Stanley anymore. Oh, but he truly was so much fun to play with. You know what? Since we're in the memory zone, how about one more
good memory? He just doesn't want to finish the game. I thought it was going to do credits for a second.
And then I'll retire him for good. I did enjoy telling his story.
So very much.
Okay, here we go.
Okay.
This is the story of a man named Stanley.
Okay, So I think this is the final one. Wait, hang on. No, this isn't it. Unless... Wait, hang on. I think I just finished the game. But I'm not sure. Because that by default is an end state.
Someone was following Stanley. He was sure of it. If he checked over his shoulder now, he would surely catch them. It was only a matter of time.
Mom, there's someone following me. Bucket?
It takes a lot of humility to carry a bucket so magnificent. Stanley checked his ego and then proceeded onward.
A magnificent bucket. Oh wait, can I put a balloon in the bucket? No. I'm scared.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever.
Tips for not getting fired. Talk less.
He'd find answers. Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
I hope it lets the bucket go.
Into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire if not for the soothing presence of the bucket. Even now, in his darkest of hours, did the bucket's warmth and guiding light pierce the dark clouds of confusion and chaos. It would be with him, always. The bucket would. And he knew it. The two of them were inseparable. At this point, Stanley was so absorbed in the tender spiritual connection he shared with the bucket that he didn't notice the keypad behind the boss's desk.
Liar!
Nor in his bliss of simply being near, but Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
Yes, the only way. Oh wait, going down. Yeah, that's right, okay.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves.
I think this is the final run, but I don't think it's going to let me take the bucket with me.
The monitors jumped to life,
So sad.
and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs. The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears as Stanley
No,
cradled
bucket,
it,
don't cry.
reassuring it that
It's
everything
okay.
would be fine. Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well? Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first
Bucket,
place?
what did they do to you?
These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind. No! He screamed into the bucket. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control, never! He squeezed the bucket tighter. His one friend in the entire world. At this point, he could trust no one except for the bucket.
Except for the bucket.
But here was the proof. The heart of the operation.
Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he and the bucket would dismantle the controls for good. Two best friends, Stanley and the bucket, up against the world.
It's true, it's true, Mom.
In a really cool way, and the bucket made a sassy comment about taking down the system.
'Cause you're the best around.
Stanley and the bucket waited in blackness. Was it over?
Please.
Yes, they had done it.
It's not going to let me
Stanley
take
and
the
bucket
bucket.
had defeated their greatest and darkest enemy, freed themselves from the tyrannical grip of the evil mind control machine. Freedom was now mere moments away.
Yes.
Excitedly, the two of them began to discuss the kind of life they wanted to live once they
Yes.
stepped through this massive door. The bucket wanted to learn to roller skate. Stanley wanted to sneeze in every country on Earth.
All of
Both
them.
wanted to
Every
begin
single
watching
one.
a movie, any movie, but then stop it halfway through and begin watching it in reverse from the end.
How else do you watch
True,
movies?
It was
It's
a
perfect.
simple life they envisioned, but it was one they'd lived together, with one another to lean on, to trust, to support, and to...
No.
What? Wait. What was happening? Why had the door stopped? Was Stanley and the bucket not about to be freed? An unbearable silence filled the room, lingering in uncertainty, until finally the truth hit Stanley square in the face. This building did not want the bucket to leave.
No,
Even the facility
Mom.
itself recognized the incredible calming presence of the bucket, needed the soothing warmth of the bucket, would go to any lengths not to part with the bucket. No, no, no. Stanley can't leave this place. Not while he has such a precious bucket in his arms. Not while this building has anything to say about it. Stanley realized he would never again leave this very room. But at least he has the bucket. To be trapped eternally in darkness isn't really so bad, Stanley thought to himself. As long as I have my bucket with me, right? I'll be okay, won't I? Stanley gulped. Very soon now, he was about to find out.
Oh, I got the depressing ending. I wanted a happy ending. That's a sentence I never thought I'd say. Let me think. I'm pretty sure I've got... Let's try this ending.
But Stanley simply couldn't handle the pressure. What if he had to make a decision? What if a crucial outcome fell under his responsibility? He had never been trained for that. No. This couldn't go anywhere except badly. The thing to do now, Stanley thought to himself, is to wait. Nothing will hurt me. Nothing will break me. In here I can be happy forever. I will be happy. Stanley waited. Hours passed, then days. Had years gone by? He no longer had the ability to tell. But the one thing he knew for sure, beyond any doubt, was that if he waited long enough, the answers would come. Eventually, someday, they would arrive. Soon, very soon now, this will end. He will be spoken to. He will be told what to do. Now it's just a little bit closer. Now it's even closer. Here it comes.
Victory! Okay.
I can't wait to tell this story to my co-workers, Stanley thought. How amusing they'll find it. Oh, won't we all just laugh and laugh at the time I thought everyone had gone missing?
Yeah, about that, Stanley. See you, bucket. I know where I'm going now. I'm going to finish the game on a high.
Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors. He entered the door on his left. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. Here's the door, just go.
The game knows. Oh, that's perfect. The game's just like, yeah, we know that you don't want to be depressed. You want to have the happy ending. Here's the door.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
Yes.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out? Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing. This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly?
It's not true.
No. He refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never. It was unthinkable. Wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world?
End of the Not Stanley ending. Hang on, I think I've done... What is the Not Stanley ending? There's one more ending that I didn't get. Credits can be found at the end of the Not Stanley ending. Okay, click here. Yep. Open. And you do the Not Stanley ending by unplug the phone in the phone room. This ending is... Pick the one on the right, proceed to the employee lounge, walk past the open door on the left, enter the shipping and receiving room and take the cargo lift, enter the phone room and unplug the phone from the wall. Oh. Yes. Onward.
Hello. This is a recorded message scheduled either by you or a person in your place of work. The purpose of this message is to warn you about the dangers of recorded messages.
Cool.
If at any time you believe you are listening to a recorded message, please terminate it.
When Stanley
Pick the one on the
came to a
right.
set of two open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
Yes.
It was
Employee lounge, walk past the open door on the left.
But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Enter the shipping room. And take the cargo lift across, enter the phone room.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. Please, stop trying to make every decision by yourself. Now, I'm not asking for me, I'm asking for her.
Her?
Stanley, your chance to redeem yourself, to put your work aside,
to let her back into your life. She's been waiting.
Who? Is this the shipping room? Take the cargo lift across, enter the phone room and unplug. Where's the phone room? Cargo lift across. I'm assuming this is the phone room.
That's her, Stanley. You need to be the one to do this, to reach out to her. If you can truly place your faith in another, then pick up the phone.
As Stanley picked up the phone, a white light engulfed him, filling him not just with radiance, but with hope. Hope for a life reunited one... Wait. Oh, goodness. Stanley, did you just unplug the phone? No, that wasn't supposed to be a choice. How did you do that? You actually chose incorrectly? I didn't even know that was possible. Let me double check. No, it's definitely here, clear as day. Stanley picks up the phone. He's taken to his apartment where he finds his wife, and the two pledge themselves to one another. Music comes in, fade to white, roll credits. Not picking up the phone is actually somehow an incorrect course of action. How is that even possible?
Oh no.
None of these decisions were supposed to mean anything. I don't understand. How on earth are you making meaningful choices? What did you... Wait a second. Did I just see... No, that's not possible. I can't believe it. How had I not noticed it sooner? You're not Stanley. You're a real person. I can't believe I was so mistaken. This is why you've been able to make correct and incorrect choices. And to think I've been letting you run around in this game for so long. If you'd made any more wrong choices, you might have negated it entirely. It's as though you completely ignored even the most basic safety protocol for real-world decision-making. Or did you not grasp the severity of the situation? Well, I won't have that kind of risk on my watch. I'm going to stop the game for a moment so we can educate you properly on safe decision-making in the real world. Please observe this helpful instructional video.
Choice. It's the best part of being a real person, but if used incorrectly can also be the most dangerous. For example, in this scenario, a hypothetical real person named Rupert has a choice. He could invent a machine that eliminates food shortages across the world to make life better for all people. Or he could spend years of hard work forgetting how to read. Which choice would you make? Remember that unlike here, the real world makes sense, and at no time should you make a choice that does not conform to rational logic. If you find yourself speaking with a person who does not make sense, in all likelihood, that person is not real. Allow the person to finish their thought, then provide an excuse why you cannot continue talking. Turn to a partner and practice saying, "My goodness, is it 4:30? I'm supposed to be having a back, sack, and crack." Excellent. Making choices on a regular basis is the best part to a healthy decision-making process. Most medical professionals recommend making at least 8 choices per day. Do you make more than 8? Less? And finally, if you begin to wonder if your choices are actually meaningful and whether you'll ever make a significant contribution to the world, just remember that in the vast infiniteness of space, your thoughts and problems are materially insignificant, and the feeling should subside. At this time, your instructor will guide you in an exercise to test and reinforce the material covered in this video.
Welcome back. You may have noticed that this room has begun to deteriorate as a result of narrative contradiction. But not to worry. Now that you're properly informed on good decision-making, we're going to revisit a choice you made just a few minutes ago and see what the correct thing to do would have been. This way, please. Now that we know your choices are meaningful, we can't have you jumping off the platform and dying. Imagine the main character dying senselessly halfway through the story. That story would make no sense at all. We just need to get you home as soon as possible before the narrative contradiction gets any worse. Unfortunately, it seems this place is not well equipped to deal with reality.
Okay.
Almost there. You'll take the door on the left, back to the correct ending, the story will have resolution once again, and you'll be home free in the real world. Now remember, all you need to do is behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. No! Why did you do that? Quickly, hurry back in the other direction. Perhaps we're not too late. Oh, it's ruined. I can't believe, after everything we talked about, that my story, you've destroyed my work. Why? For what? What did you get out of that? What did you think was so special about seeing the game undone, left here like so much garbage? It's worthless now. And what am I supposed to do? Even if there were a way to continue, would it be worth it? To know that my story is now incorrect? How can I go back to that? I can't erase that knowledge. I'll have to live with it forever, reliving its impossibility forever. I couldn't live that way. Is it better to shut the game down entirely? To willingly destroy all of my work? I don't know. What's the answer? What do I do? What do I do? What do I... No, I have to. I have to shut the game down. I have to. I have to.
I have to. We all make choices. But in the end, our choices make us. Oh, he couldn't shut it down.
Oh, I'm here. I'm still here. Here in this pile of rubbish. With you. You, who thought you were so clever. Now look where we are. My entire game is destroyed. It was the only thing in the world that was mine, and you've run it into the ground. What, did you think that would be funny? You just had to see? Didn't I impress upon you how important it was to be like Stanley? He actually knows how to do what I tell him to. He understands that if I say to do something, there's a damn good reason for it. That thought hadn't even occurred to you, had it? That there's a world outside of you? You're a child. Oh, my story. If you'd just gone through the door on the left, you would have seen it. There was a whole underground facility. You would have destroyed it and been victorious. It would have been so perfect. I worked so hard on it. I tried so hard to make... behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there. Coming to a staircase,
oh, wow.
Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
The game's just got extremely railroady. Oh, this is different.
Inside his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this, until he saw the door with a voice receiver next to it. Surely behind this door lay all the answers to his questions. And beyond all probability, he knew the passcode. He had seen it on his boss's computer just last week. Nightshark 115. Was this the code to open the door? Would it still work? There was only one way to find out. Stanley had been trained never to speak up, but now he would draw from within himself the courage to face the unknown. He drew a sharp breath and then spoke the code.
Oh, do I have... Night Shark 115.
Stanley spoke the code. Night Shark 115. He spoke it into the receiver, right there on the wall.
Night Shark 115. Is that right? Mom.
I'm sorry, is there a problem? You didn't mishear me, did you? Please speak the code into the receiver. Otherwise we can't get on with the story. This is a crucial step.
I don't understand.
Okay, fine. You're not going to do it. But you know what? It's pretty humiliating to bring you this far, only for you to suddenly decide you have better things to do. I asked you for this one single thing, for your respect. The kind of respect Stanley shows for his choices. He knows what it means to take a story seriously. If you didn't want to see what I had to show you, then why did you come here? You had a choice, you know. You could have gone through the door on the right. You could have done whatever the hell you wanted over there. Why did you come this way? Speak. Say something to me. Explain yourself, you coward. You...
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
What is this?
Stanley? Hello? Are you... Is everything okay? Stanley, please. I need you to make a choice. I need you to walk through the door. Are you listening to me?
Oh, it's...
Can you hear me? Is everything
credits.
all right? Stanley, this is important. The story needs you. It needs you to make a decision. It cannot exist without you. Do you understand me? Whatever choice you make is just fine. They're both correct. You cannot be wrong here. We can work together. I'll accept whatever you do. I simply need you to take that step forward, please. Choose. Do something. Anything. This is more important than you can ever know. I need this. The story needs it. So, you hear me? Are you there? Are you listening to this? Stanley, are you there? Okay. It's okay, I can wait. You need time to decide. Time to make sure your choice is correct. That is the best choice. That's all right. I'll wait for you to decide what's the right thing to do. Take as much time as you need.
Cool. And there's one more ending I want to get before we wrap up.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Because I think you're actually able to answer that phone. Without unplugging it, that is.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
Yes.
It was okay.
It was okay. It was fine.
But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
No.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
Incredible.
Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. Please, stop trying to make every decision by yourself. Now, I'm not asking for me. I'm asking, this is it, Stanley. Your chance
To redeem yourself.
to put your work aside, to let her back into your life. She's been waiting. That's her, Stanley. You need to be the one to do this, to reach out to her. If you can truly place your faith in another, then pick up the phone.
is that you? Hold on, sweetie. Sorry to keep you waiting. I'm just pulling the bread out of the oven. All right. Okay, there we go. All right, now, I want you to come in and tell me all about your day.
Oh my god.
Gotcha! Oh, come on. Did you actually think you had a loving wife? They want to commit their life to you. I'm trying to make a point here, Stanley. I'm trying to get you to see something. Come inside. Let me show you what's really going on here.
Okay.
This is a very sad story about the death of a man named Stanley. Stanley is quite a boring fellow. He has a job that demands nothing of him, and every button that he pushes is a reminder of the inconsequential nature of his existence. Look at him there, pushing buttons, doing exactly what he's told to do.
Stop making fun of me, game.
Button. Now he's eating lunch. Now he's going home. Now he's coming back to work. One might even feel sorry for him, except that he's chosen this life. But in his mind, he can go on fantastic adventures. From behind his desk, Stanley dreamed of wild expeditions into the unknown, fantastic discoveries of new lands. It was wonderful. And each day that he returned to work was a reminder that none of it would ever happen to him. And so he began to fantasize about his own job. First, he imagined that one day while at work, he stepped up from his desk to realize that all of his co-workers, his boss, everyone in the building had suddenly vanished off the face of the earth. The thought excited him terribly. So he went further. He imagined that he came to 2 open doors and that he could go through either. At last, choice. It barely even mattered what lay behind each door. The mere thought that his decisions would mean something was almost too wonderful to behold. As he wandered through this fantasy world, he began to fill it with many possible paths and destinations. Down one path lay an enormous round room with monitors and mind controls. And down another was a yellow line that weaved in many directions. And down another was a game with a baby. And he called it the Stanley Parable. It was such a wonderful fantasy, and so in his head he relived it again, and then again, and again, over and over, wishing beyond hope that it would never end, that he might always feel this free. Surely there's an answer down some new path, mustn't there be? Perhaps if he played just one more time. But there is no answer. How could there possibly be? In reality, all he's doing is pushing the same buttons he always has. Nothing has changed. The longer he spends here, the more invested he gets, the more he forgets which life is the real one. And I'm trying to tell him this, that in this world he can never be anything but an observer, that as long as he remains here, he's slowly killing himself. But he won't listen to me.
He won't stop.
Here, watch this. Stanley, the next time the screen asks you to push a button, do not do it.
But I have to. Which... I think I have to. I feel an urge. Boop.
You see? Can he just not hear me? How can I tell him in a way that he'll understand that every second he remains here, he's electing to kill himself? How can I get him to see what I see? How can I make him look at himself? I suppose I can't, not in the way I want him to. But I don't make the rules. I simply play to my intended purpose, the same as Stanley. We're not so different, I suppose. I'll try once more to convey all this to him. I'm compelled to. I must. Perhaps, well, maybe this time he'll see. Maybe this time. And I tried again.
Please die.
And I tried again. And
Stanley pushed a button.
And I tried.
Okay, cool. We'll end it on that. Oh my god, it full on... I'm pretty sure the game just closed itself. Yeah, I'm pretty sure the game just closed itself. Yeah, I love it, love it. Oh my god, this is going on forever. I just want to go to bed now. Perfect. But yeah, I'm pretty sure the game closed itself, which is very amusing. Okay.